Hey, Whisper to Me. Hi, Kathy, Lori, Pebbles from Texas. Ouch. Donna, hi. Tracy, Rachel, hello there. Hi, Gigi. Hey, Carolyn A. Sakura, Ginger Spice. Ivy Lynn says, I'm saying hi, but I have to be out the door early, so have a good chat if I actually go to sleep early. Okay. Slam RN, Twiggy Piggy, time for a change. It's been a long time, right? Pamela Morrison, hello there. Sunny12345, hi. Hello from to you in Oregon. Hi, Donna. Hi, Nora. Potter, Leanne. Lori. Ranger Red. Snow Remover. Well, I have a couple of things, but I'm going to wait till some more people get in here. Augie, Lori Beth, Terry, Linda, Ivy Lynn says, I'm going to say that with any show on the Watts, and I don't want to even call it the Watts case anymore. With any show about Suzanne Rusak, it starts it all over again, especially the documentary, putting the creators in there. They put the creators in there because they were showing the victim bashing that goes on. They didn't put creators that weren't bashing in there. All of those creators were the ones that have been basically abusing the family. Hi, Sassy Darcy. Hi, Kathy Drew. How'd you make out, Sharon? Hi, Janet, Kim Miller, Potter. Ari, hi. Little Dove. What is what, Potter? Yeah. There was we watched it last night together and we chatted. It's on Netflix. And the family had a lot of input. Why is my hair on there? Had a lot of input in it. Okay, Trish Dickens, we're going to get into it in a second. We're just waiting for some more people to come in. Kathy. Robin Swan, hi. Okay, you don't have Netflix. The documentary was basically all of the police, taken mostly from police cam video from the Discovery, with the addition of Shanann's videos, okay, that belonged to her, that were taken, including ones from her wedding, from the last trip to North Carolina. All of that was included. And it was, arranged in a way so that you were hearing, you didn't even have a narrator, okay? It was narrated in their voices by using footage that was already there. The anesthesiologist and I bonded 7 polyps back in 3 years. Everything went to pathology. I was wide awake in the procedure room and paid close attention to the propofol. It burns. You didn't get the Versed? You didn't get the Versed? You had 2 more than me. Did they tell you they look benign? So you're back in 3 years. So much missing, Ari says. Day 1 of Halloween. What is day 1 of Halloween? You mean October? I don't know, Kathy. They're not going to tell me until next week. Should be there, Potter. It's going to be all over. I have no idea, Evelyn. I get a lot of emails. If it's September 13th, it's probably buried. What was it about? Hi, Leah, Mandy, Judy, Teacup, Augie, Cheryl Curtis, Mandy Hall, Dreaming, Robin Swan. Thanks, Robin. No, it would be... Oh. Yeah, I'm having a Honey Crisp, and I see you using me in a little peanut butter because I was hungry. I was really hungry. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Move too. There you go, Potter. Leanne watched it last night. Hey, Kevin Leonard. Linda Galamuka. Okay, so let's let me get started. Let me just finish this so I don't have to worry about this. Hey, Davida. Hi, Kevin Leonard. I'm going to do another one, Trish. On what I wish I would have known before I started diamond painting. Oh, really, Kelly? I love them. I want to go apple picking. Okay, so it's been a really busy day. We even had to meet the teacher virtual. So, and it was really good because there were 2 sessions, and I went to the second session, and I was the only one there. It was good. I'm going to just put this down. Oh yeah, day parks. Wouldn't be the first time. I've been mentioned on many channels. Not usually in good ways. But anyway, so let's look at what's going on here. Hi, Mary Beth. And I'm sorry if I missed you coming in. Let's see. My crazy life. Hi, how are you? Natural wonder. But let's look at what's going on now. So the family worked hand in hand on this documentary. And Frankie posted very publicly how happy he was that this documentary was made and about supporters. And then through, someone close to the family, I know that 100% the Rusak family is not against people talking about this. They're not. They're not even against people making money talking about it, because that's what do you think Netflix is you think they're not making any money on that? Okay? They're not against that either. They're against the craziness of conspiracies, saying the case isn't over yet, making up things, lying about it, putting in phony calls from people, all kinds of things that were done. But most importantly, the victims of violent crime should not be bashed by anyone, especially when it's against the YouTube terms of service. Abusing vulnerable individuals is against YouTube terms of service, and yet it happens every single minute on here. And YouTube doesn't enforce their own policies, though I see that some channels have been taken down. Some channels, like one that I went after that was bashing Sandy Rusak, saying that Sandy Rusak was somehow involved in this and covering up, and that Chris was taking the fall for Sandy Rusak. That channel is gone. I just went to look. They opened up another channel, but their original channel is gone. It's not there anymore. And they only have a fraction of subscribers to their new channel. So, anyway, yeah, I know. I also think we see the leopard doesn't change its spots. And I think when, and I've talked about this before, and my videos are all still up. I talked about that podcast early on when I started covering this case about, it was actually 3 people back then that bashed Shanann completely over and over and over and again through this. It wasn't a YouTube video. It was a podcast. And I have a whole video that's dedicated to going over what these 3 women said on this podcast. And they bashed her incessantly. And they went on to, this is right before the autopsy came out and everything was coming out. And they thought they had their inside source, remember, that told them that Shanann was going to be savagely attacked, that it was going to show she was savagely beaten. And they went with this whole thing. And this is what I mean. They think people forget. So many people think people forget because, I'll just delete my video and then they'll forget that I did this or that I'm really not a nice person, or that I'm really mean, rotten person. And I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking in general. That's the kind of consensus it is on YouTube. People just delete, and then they figure, okay, if I pretend I'm this person for enough time, and I get rid of all my other videos, then people will think that's who I really am. Until I flip out again, because the leopard doesn't change its spots, and then I can go through the same process, and it keeps happening. So, and we see it over and over and over again. And still people fall for it. And I'm not even talking about new people. So, maybe people right here are falling for it. But, hi, Mona. So they bashed her like crazy in this podcast. And then when YouTube started to take off with the discovery, one of the co-parts of this podcast started a channel on YouTube. And I think because they wanted to appeal, they started to change everything they said. Okay, so it's like, imagine you're bashing Shanann. You break up with the other podcaster, and you go on and you, could you please, thumbs up. You're so right, nasty people, over and over, never stop, my heart breaks, yeah. So they came on and they started to align themselves with other YouTubers that turned, who were first either making fun of Shanann or blaming her for her own death, or talking about what a terrible wife she was, what a terrible mother she was, and suddenly going in the other direction. But see, it doesn't work that way with me. Hi, Zepazoe. Hi, Leaping Lizard. I'm pretty good judge of character. It's one thing I've always prided myself with. Hi, Selena. And while I would see people getting fooled, I never thought they changed. And now I know a bunch of you had told me to go listen to a call, supposedly from Chris, okay, talking about filing an appeal, right? Okay, so I went and listened. That sounds, okay, here's the thing. And maybe you don't remember because maybe you weren't around. From that old podcast, we have one creator, and then the other part of that podcast joined up. She didn't change her stance. She got even nastier towards Shanann and the family. In fact, as much as posting the gravesite and then laughing about it. Okay? And had a horrible Facebook group where they, and I have screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. So when I hear people say, people, meaning the host, say, I never said those things. I never did those things. I can't tell you how many hundreds of screenshots with the most horrible things that you could even imagine being said. Because people think the stuff doesn't exist. If they get rid of it, if they delete it, if they take the Facebook group down, if they delete the videos. Believe me, they've already downloaded the videos. I don't know why they delete them. Because they're already there. But they do. And then they go and delete all their posts. And supposedly nobody has those, but they do. And then they have the audacity to go on, and it's just because the way they are. Have you ever noticed when someone's tried, here's this thing. You would agree with me, wouldn't you? You would agree with me that these YouTubers that do that are just, they're disgusting, right? You would agree with me on that, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. And you know what? They're absolutely disgusting, right? Right. That's the language they use. And then when they say something, I have never, not even one time, never. It's all in their language. And whenever I hear anybody say, I have never, not one time have I ever done this. You know what? I just see LIAR like flash across the screen because they're compensating so bad to make you think they're someone they're not. And all it is lies. All it is lies. So, yeah. But here's the thing. You've got to be careful because a lot of people don't know. Like a lot of people were telling me about this phone call last night. I don't know if you realize it, but the channel that phone call is on was the other part of that podcast. No, too. That's another story, but I like it when you'll never catch me saying this. You're not going to find this. Go back and look. And it's all changing now. It's changing for a couple of reasons. It's changing because they want to create sensationalism. So now they're coming out and they're saying, who told us not to talk about it? No, they didn't tell us not to talk about this. That's the number one thing. They said, don't go with crazy conspiracies like what's happening. Don't attack the family. Don't attack the victims. That's what they said. Don't say that there's more to it. There's a police cover-up. Oh, all of that. Exactly. It's only changed for one reason. But they're now going the other way. They're now saying, I have so much stuff that I didn't bring out, that I walked on eggshells for 2 years. Do you ever wonder how when there was a fake girlfriend on one channel, okay, a girlfriend that nobody ever heard that Chris Watts had, a girlfriend that didn't even know things that she would know, a girlfriend that was never talked about, came out on one of these channels. Do you know how easy that is to do? All you have to do is get someone to call in, and oh my gosh, they'll have a whole bunch of people there, and then that person went they pretended the girlfriend was on one of their shows. I guess the other one got jealous because they were in competition. So that one pretended to be the girlfriend and call in when they were hosting it with another guy who's in so much trouble on YouTube that he can't even be on anymore, okay? Because all these people, like I say, they all flock together. They all flock together. Just connect the dots up. They all flock together. So, and I'm sure I'm going to be very unpopular, but that's the way it is. It doesn't matter to me because I'll stand true for who I am, and you can go look back in my videos from 2 years ago, and you're going to see me talking about the same people and saying exactly the same thing. And I don't have to delete my videos. I don't have to delete them. Absolutely, Deborah Vancouverden. But so now the one who had the call supposedly from Chris from jail, okay, just think about where this was leaked from, with the Anna person apparently talking to an attorney about an appeal. And how about the marathon of videos about this case, including a 24-hour marathon, okay, prior and leading up to the release of the Netflix. Right, two-scooter. So here's what happens. So when you go, because everybody was going nuts about that call, and I said, how would they get that call? Ask yourself that first, okay? Second, I want to show you something, because what, to me, is black and white. Somebody can say they're going to do a lot of things. Like I said, if he's doing anything, he's doing it to get back in the limelight. I'm going to pull something up here. Make that larger. Okay, here is the plea deal, filed November 6, 2018. The people of the state of Colorado versus Christopher Lee Watts, defendant. I am the defendant in this case. I have had enough time to talk to my lawyer about this case, and he or she has discussed the evidence against me. I have fully explained my side to him or her. 3, I believe that the district attorney has enough evidence to convict me at a trial. 4, I am satisfied that my plea of guilty in this case is in my best interest. 5, I understand that I have the right to exercise any or all of the following rights, even against my lawyer's advice. A, the right to remain silent about the case. B, the right to have my lawyer represent me and be present with me during any conferences or questioning by anyone about this case, at all court hearings and at the trial. C, the right to plead not guilty and have a jury trial. And D, the right to appeal my case to a higher court if I'm convicted at trial. I understand that the right to a jury trial includes the right to help select the jury, the right to confront witnesses who testify against me, and to have my lawyer cross-examine them after their testimony. C, the right to be presumed innocent unless and until the district attorney proves my guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. D, the right to have my lawyer call witnesses to testify for me if I want, and if necessary, to have the judge order witnesses to come to court. 7, I have read and understand the elements of the charge or charges that I am pleading guilty to, as shown on the attached sheet. I have read and understand the possible penalties that I could be sentenced to, which are shown on the attached sheet. 9, my plea is freely, intelligently, and voluntarily given. I know that I am giving up all the rights described above. All the rights described above. I understand these rights. I am giving up these rights and pleading guilty of my own free will. No one has pressured me or tried to make me plead guilty against my will. I have not decided to plead guilty because of anything I have been told except for the agreement shown on the attached sheet. I understand that the record may be further supplemented by police reports, affidavits, or other documentation attached or provided at the time of sentencing. I understand that if I am not a citizen of the United States, the guilty plea may cause collateral consequences, including but not limited to deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or denial of naturalization. I understand that following the sentencing in this matter, I have, in certain circumstances, the right to appellate review of my conviction and sentence. A notice of appeal must be filed within 7 weeks or 49 days of the sentence. I also understand that if I am determined indigent by the court, that I have the right to the assistance of appointed counsel upon the review of my conviction and sentence, and the right to obtain a record on appeal without payment of costs. Additionally, I understand that I may have the right to seek post-conviction reduction of my sentence in the trial court within 18 weeks or 126 days of the imposition of sentence pursuant to that. I have read this form and I understand it. My lawyer has answered all my questions in my satisfaction. Signed, Chris Watts, defendant, 11/5/18. Okay, and then here's his attorney. I represent that I have reviewed this advisement with the defendant. I believe he or she understands his or her rights, the charges or charges to which they are pleading guilty, and the possible penalties. I also believe that the defendant's plea is freely, intelligently, and voluntarily given. Sign the attorney. On behalf of the Office of the District Attorney, signed Michael Rourke. The defendant objects to the disposition of evidence in this case. Subsequent disposition, that's not checked. We've got another Chris Watts, the defendant's attorney, the deputy district attorney, and by the court. Okay, Christopher Lee Watts. And these are the charges. Count 1, murder in the first degree. Okay, so this is what he pled to on or about the 13th day of August, 2018, in the county of Weld, state of Colorado. Christopher Lee Watts unlawfully, feloniously, after deliberation, and with the intent to cause the death of a person other than himself, caused the death of Shanann Watts. After deliberation means not only intentionally, but also the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. This means she didn't just push him a little too far and he snapped, okay? This means she wasn't just a little too bossy and he couldn't take it. This means it's deliberate and premeditated. With intent. A person acts intentionally or with intent, with his conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. Person, a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Count 2. Okay, now this one, we'll skip this part and we'll go here. that he, Christopher Lee Watts, unlawfully, feloniously, and after deliberation and with the intent to cause the death of a person other than himself, caused the death of Bella Watts. After deliberation, okay, we went through this. Okay, so with deliberation, intent, this was not a, oh boy, what am I going to do now? This was deliberate. It was premeditated. It had intent, and he knew what he was doing. And then the same thing for Celeste, okay? And then we have count 4, murder in the first degree. Caused the death of Bella, a child. Okay, but this is because Bella was under the age of 12. So this is another charge he has here. And then for Celeste, who has not attained the age of 12. And then the unlawful termination of a pregnancy in the first degree, okay, for Nico. Then he's got count 7, tampering with a deceased human body, okay, that he willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains with intent to impair its or their appearance of availability in the official proceedings. With intent, a person acts intentionally or with intent when his conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. Okay, so this is not cleaning up after his wife. This is not, what do I do? What do I do? Oh, I just did this. No. Okay? Okay, so he's got that for Shanann, Bella, Cece. Okay, and then count 1, murder in the first degree. He's got count 2, murder in the first degree. Count 3, murder in the first degree. Count 4, murder in the first degree. Count 5, murder in the first degree. Count 6, unlawful termination of a pregnancy in the first degree. Count 7, tampering with a deceased human body. Count 8, tampering with a deceased human body. Count 9, tampering with a deceased human body. The agreement, defendant will plead guilty, and he did plead guilty to all counts set forth in the complaint and information. To all of those that we just read, he pled guilty. All sentencing options on all counts are open to the court. However, in exchange for the defendant's guilty pleas, the Office of the District Attorney agrees that it will not seek the death penalty. Whether sentencing on separate counts run consecutive or concurrent to each other is open to the court, with the exception that at a minimum, the parties stipulate that sentencing on counts 1 through 3 and count 6 shall run consecutively, as each charge references a separate victim. Defendant will not be permitted to waive a factual basis for any charge. The party further stipulates that the defendant will pay restitution as determined by the court, including but not limited to the expenses for funeral and burial expenses for Shanann Watts, Bella Watts, Celeste Watts, and Nico Watts. Furthermore, the defendant agrees to pay restitution covering the actual costs of specific future treatment pursuant to CRS 18-1.36031C. Finally, the parties stipulate that the people may withdraw from this agreement if the defendant commits a new felony offense while awaiting sentencing. Okay? And here we have evidence, disposition, stipulation, and order. The defendant understands that evidence being held by law enforcement agencies in this case could contain DNA. That parties stipulate that the defendant's identification is a disputed issue? No. Law enforcement holds evidence that contains known DNA? No. Evidence that has not been tested and could be subjected to a DNA test? Yes. The case includes DNA evidence that should be preserved? No. The defendant was found guilty, or, it's checked here, the defendant pleaded guilty to the following crimes, all those 9. Evidence log is provided in discovery, or there is no evidence in this case, so the evidence log is provided. Then this is checked. The defendant agrees, and the court orders that law enforcement may discard, destroy, or return all items of evidence set forth on the attached log, and that evidence will be released according to law enforcement agencies' procedures, and the defendant waives any right to further notification before that evidence is released. A photo ID is required for released evidence. The representative of the defendant who may collect the property is Ronnie Watts. Okay. And then it says log not provided with this paperwork, and that's it. That's the plea deal. Okay, so this was in November, well after the time he was interrogated and made his confession on August 15th, right? So that's one thing. But the other thing is, in this phone call, now let me just go back to that I listened to. In that phone call, first of all, it doesn't sound anything like Chris. What it sounds like to me, it has his cadence, it has his inflections, it has his manner of speaking. It did not sound at all like Chris. Not his voice. Not one shred of his voice did I pick up in that. So I don't know if you listened to it or you didn't listen to it, but here's the thing. If it was him, if it wasn't him, whoever was saying that on there, it was the most, and that man on the end did not sound like an attorney. He sounded, if he was anything, he sounded like an ambulance chaser or something. He did not sound like an attorney. He was speaking in such simplistic terms, and that in and of itself made it sound like a setup. I'm sorry. But he was speaking in such simplistic terms, and he was almost coddling the person that is allegedly Chris on the line. And said, Chris, you're not, I don't know what, first of all, I don't know any criminal attorney, not one criminal attorney that would say, it wasn't fair. You were tired. You probably weren't given things according to your rights. And, you know, that's the game these people play. That's the game. Is this guy nuts? Deception is even allowed to get a confession. That would never be the basis for an appeal. He goes, you should have been in your best form. Does anybody remember? And you know what I find? Okay, here, this is what I find. The people so embroiled in these outlandish conspiracy theories, they don't know that discovery. They don't know. They might know one or two pieces of that discovery. They don't know that discovery. And I don't think for 1 minute they've even gone over the discovery. When they say things like, I never thought, could it really be the ring that he pulled out of the car? You know, I was bombarded with all this stuff, so I never really thought about these little things. You guys know, we went over this. We went through the freaking trash. Okay? Somebody to say that, oh, we were bombarded with too much discovery. We didn't know what it was. I'm just thinking about this stuff now. They didn't know the case to begin with. He's the one who knows the truth. Exactly, Emma. They're doing it for one purpose and one purpose only. They know the case has a tremendous amount of interest, and so let me put some different spins on it. Now that we've got this Netflix out, we're going to start we'll capture up all the people, and I can do this for months now and go off on one outlandish thing after another. Right, leaving leisure. So I heard the most absurd things, okay? Including, you know, about Survey 319 and the burial. And I'm just, what? Okay. But let's get back to this. The person that was on that end that was supposed to, I guess, be an attorney, if that was a criminal attorney, would never say, oh, they're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to do this. That's 101 of interrogation. That's one of their tactics, is deception. Okay? You don't get an appeal on that. You don't get an appeal if you're tired or you're worn down. You don't get an appeal on that because you confessed if you're tired or you're worn down. The other thing is, this guy on the end says, you know what? You should have never been given a polygraph if you weren't at the top of your game. Does anybody remember when Chris got the polygraph? The next day, right? The next day, he got the polygraph. Right away, before they did anything else, Tammy came in. She asked him how he was doing, how he was feeling. Remember? Now, let's look at it this way. Let's say he didn't do this. So any man that's wife's missing is not going to sleep well the night before. And any man that did this probably is not going to sleep well. Well, he was up all night cleaning. So just about anybody would maybe not have the greatest night of rest, but he looked pretty rested in there, okay? He looked pretty fine until they started doing it. So that's because he didn't have a good night's sleep. That's not going to cause him to fail a polygraph because he didn't have a good night's sleep. So it was after that the questioning went on and on and on. Okay, but let's remember, can we remember this now? He, in his confession, only confessed to murdering Shanann. He would not confess to the other murders. Then if you went whenever he was arraigned, he still maintained that he did not do it. Okay? Then he had all this time, September, October, November, all that time with his attorneys, with his parents, with whoever he needed to call. And he signed his name on that dotted line of that plea deal. Okay? But not only that, does anyone remember Cindy Watts' version of it? Where she was sure he was coerced. She was sure he was being coerced into this plea deal. And she said she spoke to him and he assured her, no, I was not coerced into this plea deal. And then he told the detectives in February, right, that his lawyers were willing to defend him. His lawyers were willing to defend him. So he didn't have ineffective counsel. He says it himself, his lawyers were willing to defend him. He didn't want to put everyone through that. And he has another, okay, so he's got his first confession where he admits to just Shanann. The second with the plea deal, that he did everything. The third, where he changed the whole story in February. The fourth, with what he gave to the Cato lady. Okay? So that is insane that we're even going to think that's him on the phone. Absolutely insane. It doesn't sound a thing like him. It sounds like somebody wanted to sound like him. So somebody practiced the way he pronounces things, his cadence, his speech. But it didn't even sound like it was coming from the correctional facility. That even sounded fake. Now, when you add to that channel deceived someone by pretending they were Chris Watts' girlfriend in the past, but a lot of people don't remember that. A lot of people don't remember that. A lot of people don't remember that creator bashed Shanann on a podcast with another person that's on YouTube who bashed Shanann. But that's forgotten. because things get deleted and people don't look any further. Okay? And they take things at face value. Even if it was, okay, first, last, even if it was him, whoever the guy was on the other end is not even worth his salt as an attorney for your dog. If that guy was a criminal attorney, there is not a criminal attorney in the world that would say, it's not fair for them to do that to you. It's not fair. No. They might say, that's why you shouldn't talk to them without an attorney. That's something they might say. You should have waited for an attorney to speak to them because these are the tactics that they use. But those tactics are okay to use. They're allowed to use those tactics. They learn those tactics. Okay? It doesn't make any sense to say, oh, poor you. You were tired. You were this, you were that. No. And so we are to believe that, he has a girlfriend now who thinks he's going to get out of jail, and suddenly he didn't do this, and suddenly all of these four confessions, and all that time, that it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Okay, well, whatever it was, Mila, it's a bunch of horse crap. 100% horse crap. It's something to get him into the spotlight again where he wants to be. He's done. He's not getting an appeal. He's done. Selena, there's something coming out that supposedly leaked out where it's supposed to be him on the phone with someone named Anna talking to another gentleman that doesn't know anything about police interrogations at all. So I don't know how he could be an investigator. Listen, he's not an investigator. He's not an attorney. If he is, he better find a different profession, because no investigator and no attorney would ever say, oh, that wasn't fair that they did that. That isn't fair. That's 100% fair. They learn those things. Okay? So that's ridiculous. And then for them to say that I have so much stuff that I couldn't bring out. Do you know what so much stuff means? So much stuff means either fabricated stuff from that other side that is just, we've seen that kind of stuff that comes out. It's craziness, and it is abusing vulnerable individuals because they keep wanting to say, especially if they want to say that Shanann did this, or the baby wasn't Chris's, when it's right in the discovery that the baby is Chris's. The other thing is, when I say these people haven't gone through the discovery, they haven't. They have not gone through the discovery. They keep saying that we don't know things that's in the freaking discovery. It's in the freaking discovery. He's a private investigator. Okay, he's not. Okay. That makes sense. So a private investigator, okay. That is so beyond. And the other thing is, For people that think critically, but they say that he snapped, they don't know the first thing about the psychopathy of Chris Watts or probably anybody else. Because Chris Watts did not snap, and Chris Watts was not in a rage. He didn't snap. He wasn't in a rage. He didn't snap because she was bossy. He didn't. If that's not what happened. And every time something like that is said by people that claim to know so much, it's ridiculous. He didn't snap and he wasn't in a rage. I never saw anybody so calmly loading his truck up that morning. Exactly, Al. There was no. That was totally planned. And the reason it was planned, and if some people say, well, why didn't he get a divorce? It's 100% why he didn't get a divorce. He didn't want to get a divorce because if he had a divorce, he would be looked at as a bad guy. And his image is so important to him because he held a mask over his face for all these years. All these years, this psychopath, yes, a psychopath, held a mask over himself and made people believe he was just a calm, introverted guy. He's so calm. Chris, go with the flow kind of guy. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. That was Chris. Just this, and he just had this one. Remember what he said? I hope people don't constantly judge me for this one thing. Everybody thought I was a good guy before. If you ask anybody, remember he had that whole thing made up when Coder asked him, what would somebody say about you if I asked them? He rattled off because he took pleasure in that. He memorized that paragraph that he said about himself. And he took pleasure in that. And at the first interrogation, when he was sitting there and they said, well, would your coworkers know about the kids? And he said, oh gosh, my coworkers find out that I did that to my kids, right? That's what he was saying. They're going to think I'm not this introverted guy, average Joe kind of guy, just quiet, just a little quiet, but he's so nice. And he gets his work done. Okay? He was so upset about that. Oh, don't tell my coworkers. So, what he didn't want to get a divorce. How would that look? Hey, Chris, how you doing? How are you and Shanann doing? Not too good, because I left her last weekend. You left her? She's pregnant, isn't she? Yeah, she's 15 weeks pregnant. Oh, and you left her? Yeah. Wow, what's going on? Oh, I'm having an affair with somebody in the office. Now, is Chris Watts going to be a nice guy? No. They're going to say, wow, can you believe it? He was having an affair with somebody in the office. He left his wife. He left his kids. His wife is pregnant. I can't believe it. He didn't want to be that person. But if his family just disappeared, he would be a victim. Being a victim, everybody would come and say, oh, poor Chris. Poor Chris. Oh, where'd your family go, Chris? Oh my gosh, we have to help Chris. He can't afford that house now. He lost that income. We better start a GoFundMe. Let's go get a GoFundMe going for this guy. We got to help this guy. He lost his whole family's gone. They're gone. That's what he wanted. Everybody would be fawning over him. He didn't think that he was going to get caught. He didn't think about anything like that because he doesn't think about it. When he thought about this whole thing, when he planned it out, he didn't snap. So, I just went over that, Bethany. It's a crock of, you know what. My mommy says I'm a nice guy. I promise. That's another thing. I promise. I'm telling you the truth. I promise. Oh, exactly, Kathy from Texas. He never wanted anybody to know. He was probably going to go back that night and take care of things. So all of this is so crazy. I believe that, Kathy. Oh, 100%. He didn't even have a girlfriend before. Right, Pam, but these very creators invented a girlfriend, invented one, and had that invented girlfriend call in, and people listened, and people believed it. People believed it, that it was his girlfriend, even when she couldn't answer the questions correctly, even when she said things that made no sense, even when there was no mention of her anywhere. Right, Mila. The guy was ridiculous, okay? He doesn't know even what is acceptable in an interrogation. They can use deception. They don't say, oh, hey, are you getting tired? All right, let's stop. No, they wear you down. It's a tactic. They wear you freaking down. It's not against the law. Using deception is not against the law. What name? Which name, Mona? What name are you looking for? What name with a C? Cadle? Who? That author? Who? Oh, Carrie the Carrie that I know? Is that Carrie the one that's friends with County Girl? But does anybody want to call in and talk about this? I'll give the number. If you're not in Slack, I can give you the number. Does anybody want to call in? Anybody that's listened to that call? Does anybody want to call in? The person on the phone, Anna? If you want to call in, if anybody wants to call in, let me know. Ah, Carrie, good to see you. Good to see you. Let me know if you're not in Slack and you want to call in. You do, Kelly? Okay. Can you send me an email at carolyn@truecrimechat.org? Anybody that wants to call in can email. That's not in Slack, can email. Yeah, Liz, I just, yeah. She's the God, isn't she the woman of that he's helping with scripture and stuff? Yeah, cans, right. Yeah. If you believe that, that's what her name was. Cans believe it. I think her last name was Believe It. Cans believe it. starting it all over again. All over again. Because that's opened up something and they're going to run with it. And now they're even becoming almost belligerent in saying that I'm going to talk about this and I've got all this stuff that I was walking on eggshells for 2 years and I'm going to bring it out. So, you're going to see a parade of crap coming through. Okay? And if you can't read between the lines, if you can't see the true nature of people, if you can't see the true character of people, wow. That's Anna. Anna must have something really missing in her relationship to be so invested with that person. There's going to be no appeal, Sarah. There's going to be no one else charged. The person is in prison that did this, and he will be there for the rest of his life. Are you out of the loop, Mona? Let me see. Kelly, did you email me? Let me get the number. Hang on. I don't have anything. Oh, yes, I have something. Okay. There you go. Amy, okay, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, where's my chat? Here we go. Hi, Ageless Beauty. Oh, there, that was quick. Hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Hi.
I am not sleeping. How are you?
Good, I'm not sleeping either.
I see that. Well, first and foremost, I want to say that I am a silent supporter of you. You don't know me that well, but I was under a different name, but I've always been a supporter. So
okay.
Anyway, I wanted to introduce myself to you, but I am currently working with the Ruzick family,
Mm-hmm.
and we are working on implementing the Shenan's Law.
Okay, you want to tell us about the law a little bit?
Yes. I did not hear the phone call, and I know you wanted to touch on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just couldn't sleep for whatever reason, and I saw you were on, and I'm like, oh, I catch her on live. So usually I'm out by this time. So first of all, we are wanting to implement a law called the Shenan's Law because, first of all, as everybody knows, Shenan had been dragged through the mud. through spikes.
Sure.
The family.
That's right.
And her memory, even the girls were wiped out. Everybody was wiped out of this, and it turned into the Chris saga.
Right.
As well as it turned into other creators getting money for this saga. And I'm not talking about you at all. You're
no, I know, because I
very respectful.
Right.
You know, I'm not. Please don't think that.
No, I know. I understand, because I did hear from someone that spoke with them exactly what the creators that they are, upset with, and yes, and the reasons why.
And we're at this point now. Now, see, when I started my channel in March, Mommy, I just wanted to let you know, when I started my channel, I actually started it because I am an advocate, victims advocate for domestic violence and sexual assault victims. And I used to do that a long time ago. You know, now I do something else, to pay the bills. But on the side, I started because I became educated in narcissistic traits and disorders. I started my channel to help educate people to get out of violent situations, relationships. So if you are educated on what you're dealing with, then you can make an informed decision. Sometimes our brain connects with our emotions, and we can kind of move forward and kind of get out of that situation. So anyway, I didn't mean to digress, but this fell into my lap because, well, I kind of got involved. You don't know this, but I kind of got involved when your son and I really want to apologize and my sympathies for your loss. When your son passed, I got very frustrated with the hate, and I jumped in with my videos.
Right.
Just educating what they were doing to you, What type of people are we dealing with? So anyway, fast forward, this drops into my lap because just maybe a month and a half ago, I got alerted that things were getting really bad for the Ruziks. Very bad. And not only them, but a lot of other people. And other people being discarded, abused, lied to. So we've got a bigger problem. And of course, that's when I'm like, all right, that's it. Because I kind of feel like we need adults in this child situation here. This children of the corn is what I've been calling them. Excuse my comment there. But I mean, I really feel this is high school bull crap.
Yeah, but there are terms of service. The problem is there are terms of service that protect on YouTube, but YouTube does not enforce them.
Correct.
Okay, the terms of service are here. They're not supposed to be allowed to do the things that they do, but because of the way YouTube runs, and they let people create account after account after account, and because even if you go to report something, sometimes you've got a bot looking at it, or someone from another country that doesn't even understand, and you just get back a response that's ridiculous. Then you can go to Twitter, and you can, after a while you can get a direct message to them through Twitter, but it's almost the same type of thing. They say the same type of thing. Oh, we're looking into that, or this and that, and nothing is ever done. And what has to happen is something bigger than YouTube has to happen. Because YouTube will not enforce their own terms of service. Right.
So, and again, you and I both understand that with the fact that Google, because Google runs YouTube, is not responding, we need a bigger impact now. Because this has got to stop.
Right. And I've said this for even before I was attacked personally after my son passed. And I've had attacks that I don't even talk about. But if somebody saw them, and we've had to file multiple police reports for the most vile, just and dangerous stuff. In fact, someone from the state police and the criminal crimes unit told my husband thought, well, he said, you have to open up a new police report on that one and on this one. And it continues. And these people are just crazy. And we have connected some dots, and I'm telling you, it runs deep. And we're not talking about a simple troll. We're talking about something really, really terribly dangerous. And maybe I can talk to you another time, but
yes,
yeah, very, very, very dangerous people. And it's just, it's a shame. And YouTube, the first thing, and I've said it, they need to verify accounts. And people think that, oh my gosh, no, YouTube will have your information and you'll have one account, for each. You could have multiple channels, okay, but you should be one person connected to those channels. You shouldn't just be able to go in and open up another one and open up another one. The internet is a way of life now. We have to be accountable for the people that are on here. And if someone does something and they post, by the time they get to who that person really is, with all of these spoofers and these, they can make themselves in another country and they try to disguise themselves that they're in the UK and they're not. I mean, just such craziness. It's terrible. So YouTube really has to just stop this, and you have to have a verified account, and you've got to put a driver's license on file, and you've got to sign something that says, if such and such, if I do this with my account, I agree to abide by the terms of service. And if they go out and they are bullying people or whatever they're doing, then they should hold them accountable to that and terminate them from the platform.
Absolutely. Agreed. And that's where I'm coming from, because this has to stop. They have to be held accountable and be responsible for what they do and what they say. So if you come in front of more than one person, you are an influencer. Therefore, you should be held accountable. Think before you speak, especially about victims and people associated with those victims. Now, this goes beyond, because Shanann's law it's just beyond the case. I mean, we're talking about this will protect everybody. This will protect all of us, because here we're trying to do our thing and we should be protected. Now, if we are lying, if we're slandering, if we're bullying, if we're being, disrespectful to family people, outside of YouTube as well, and we're touching people's real lives, that's right there. You need to be held accountable for that.
Right.
Suffer the consequences for those actions, because you can't get away with that in real life.
Definitely.
They're hiding behind alts. I agree with you about the the triple verification, because there are people that have literally 50 alts.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I know,
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm preaching to the choir for you.
Yeah, no, it's crazy what goes on. And like some people say, well, but you don't understand. You'll still have your anonymity if you want to come on with a different name, but YouTube will know who you are. And you'll sign something with them saying, because this is not, like back in the 90s when the internet first came out and but this is life now, and it's only going to get more. People do business on everything. Our businesses are turning almost to internet businesses. So we have to know who we're dealing with, and we have to know that somebody knows who they're dealing with. So that if the person does something, they're accountable.
Yes. And, you're highly intelligent, and that's why I enjoy and I love you. When you talk, you understand what I'm trying to help people understand. So you literally were saying things that were coming right out of my mouth, So I'm like, yes, she gets it. And you understand where, what we're dealing with outside of the Watts case. You're seeing the bigger picture. You've been in.
I'm in there right now. I have people slandering me, saying I gave them death threats. I did this to them. I did that to them. Yeah. One of the best ones was that Duty Ron, who I know, somebody said, what I did to Duty Ron. I was like laughing. I'm looking at Duty Ron in my messages, like, they're saying I did something to you. Like, this is crazy, right? But they'll get anybody to believe anything. They want people to hate me. That is their thing. I want people to hate her because they're miserable people that have done horrible things. They have black hearts as far as I'm concerned. And they want people to hate me so bad that they lie about me incessantly.
Carolyn, I'm actually being bullied and harassed and threatened myself. Ever since I actually started because I did not seek the Ruziks out. Mm-hmm. I just jumped in and said, this is what we're dealing with here. That kind of thing.
Right.
And then they came to me. Somehow they found me and said, okay, hey, we want to do this. And since your channel is geared for domestic violence and things like that, that's where the Ruziks are coming from.
Right.
So that's kind of why they jumped to me and said, hey, let's talk about this. So we did. We got to know each other. I literally gave them an email full of my life. This is my date of birth, everything. So because everybody knows about them,
Right.
So I said, well, this is who I am. So, once we started talking and I got to know them and I started realizing, then this is when all the hate came at me because everybody's like, oh my gosh, and I, what? It's not even about that. It's about, they're acting like the Ruziks are objects. They're not property. They're human beings.
Sure.
That should not be on trying to trust somebody and then have them do a flip-flop and decide they're another supporter.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the name.
No, I know. Yeah.
I want people, and I've been searching for fighters, like warriors, and I've been seeing a tremendous amount of outcome. I am not a monetized channel. I will never be a monetized channel, nor do I ask for donations or anything like that. So I please know that this has got nothing to do with subscribers, money, nothing like that.
See, but it shouldn't matter if someone's offering content that's quality. If they're making money, more power to them, as long as they're not hurting people. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what this platform is made for.
Right.
It doesn't mean you can't advocate if you are earning money. It doesn't mean that. Just as the same way that you have network TV, and then the Ruziks know that better than Netflix earned money. And they are putting the domestic violence thing in there. So yes, are they doing that? Are they earning money? Yes. Because frankly, very few people will put so much of their time and effort into something that they simply can't because they have to support their families. So there has to be something. And because I'm just tired of hearing that, like, this isn't monetized, that isn't monetized, or this means I'm a great person. It doesn't.
No. I don't mean that either. Please don't think that.
No, I'm not saying that about you, but I've seen other creators say that, and it happened to be that they couldn't get monetized. And as soon as they did, then they monetized it. Like just with this long case, this one creator was saying, I won't monetize anything that deals with that case. Well, the next week, everything that dealt with that case was monetized. So they talk out of both sides of their mouth. And I put a lot of time, effort. I invest in equipment. I invest in software. I try to do the best I can. But I have a family, and I spend a lot of time here. And, so I don't make it, I don't think
and I say this all the time. I absolutely say it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. There are children that play with toys and make money off of YouTube.
Yeah.
So
that's what the platform
that's
is here
amazing.
For,
and all power. And I say that all the time. My content is, I just want to help people. So if I feel like I'm defeating the purpose of helping people, and then they're like, well, you're monetized, because no matter what I do or say, they're picking
honestly,
up.
Okay, if you go to safe havens, like here we have them, they're called like Safe Passage. The people that run those and the people that reach out, they're paid. They're not volunteers. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got to, I don't know, there's just like some kind of stigma that is on YouTube, that someone says that if someone is earning money through ads or whatever, I don't ever ask for money. I never ask for $1. But I have
Sure.
ads on my channel, and there is, if someone chooses to give me a super chat, that's wonderful. If someone chooses to become a Patreon, but I don't sit here and cry or say that if you don't be, a Patreon, I can't be here and I can't sit here, and
Right.
because even
I
when my
can't
channel
live.
was demonetized, I was still here, and I told them I would be there. So
Yep.
that's the
I
way
remember
it is.
that.
Yeah. But I've had horrible people say that I used my son. They don't even believe my son's death is real. I mean, it's
I know.
insane. It's absolutely insane, and that I used it. And they say that I have these crises in order to, drum up sympathy. It's sickening. It's sickening, and they're the very people that create every little something in order to cry and beg for money.
Mm-hmm.
It's sick.
Yes.
So believe me, I've been through so I just say, whenever it's not you per se, but it's just that whole thing like, oh, I'm not monetized. It doesn't mean anything, because a lot of times, not saying you, that it's creators that can't get monetized either because their content is too off the wall, or because not everybody gets accepted. Even if you have the hours and even if you have the subscribers, you have to appeal to Google AdSense, and some people can't get accepted, and there's certain criteria, and a lot of people don't understand that. They just think once you hit 1,000 subscribers and you have the minutes that you're automatically monetized, and you're not.
Right. No, I know. That's why I had to mention it, because everybody has been saying to me, oh, you're monetized, you're exploiting, and you're doing this and that. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not even getting a dime for a penny.
But I think, Kelly, what you have to ask yourself, if you're secure in what you're doing and you're doing something good, you shouldn't feel bad if you have an ad on your channel and it helps you out. You shouldn't have to apologize to it or anything else, and it doesn't lessen whatever good you're doing.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that, because I have felt,
Yeah, the
like,
people that are saying that are jealous people. That's the only people that talk about how much someone is making on YouTube, or, oh, can you believe they're jealous. They deflect everything they want to be successful, to earn money through a channel, is everything they attack you for.
Yes.
It's exactly, that's just the way it is. And
that's what I'm getting. I mean, I know you don't know me very well, but I've been getting so much hate. I'm now considered a racist. I'm considered all kinds of things.
That's
my
because they're
gosh.
deflecting, because they're scared of you, and whatever reason. I have it all the time. Thank you, Mona. Oh, the heck, get that little cute flying creature a treat. Thank you, Mona.
I can't see chat. I feel bad. I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. There's a few people here that are
like Leaping Lizard said,
warriors.
the ad revenue can go towards your cause. You can do things with that and reach even more people.
I said that. I was like, okay, how about, because trust me, I was going to give them my money. If I had the money, I wouldn't even bother anybody. I would do it myself. I would donate the money and say, here, let's get this ball rolling. And I don't have that money. I'm a single mom by myself. I got a pay cut because of this COVID. So, you guys understand. So I'm only doing the best I can here. And it does get thrown in my face of, oh, you're just doing this for money. No, I'm not. And if I had gotten monetized, I guarantee, and I would guarantee and show proof that this is what I did with it.
Yeah,
and it's going to show went directly there.
I'm saying, if the people that know you and the people that know me, and they know me, so they know what I'm doing, and they're here for a reason. And I think the only people that are saying shady things like they say about me are just people that are jealous and people that
Yep.
can't do it on their own and are so jealous they're blinded, and so all they think about is money. That's all they think about is money, and they project it onto the person that they're so jealous of. So whoever's doing that to you is extremely jealous of you, and you're threatening them. And so they don't want to see you become even more successful or do things with the money. So they're going to tell you that so you don't monetize yourself, and they're going to hold you down because of what they're throwing at you. But
They're trying to make me back off, and delete my channel.
Right.
And I have not backed off 1 second.
Yeah,
Not 1 second.
That's the culture here. So I would get yourself, do whatever you need to do. Do it, and don't let those people, because you don't want to be like them. Never take advice from anyone who you don't admire or who you don't say, boy, I think that person's doing a great thing. If you're looking at like these trolls, we call them, right? And you're listening to them, why would you ever listen to them or try to do what makes them happy? They're not the kind of people you ever want to aspire to be like or to work with.
That's true. I know. I love the advice of, I think it was by Morgan Freeman, never take criticism from people you wouldn't take advice from.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Thank you, Kathy Drew. You're really cool. Thank you. No, really. I mean, they're trying to hold you back. That's what they're doing. And if you let them, then it's going to work. But you just got to.
Oh no. Yeah. I'm not letting them. And you know what? I see a few of my awesome fighters in here. Meg Healy is one of them. Emerald Kimmy is another one. I have got Manatee. I've got some awesome fighters that do not give up, and they actually inspire me. I get people, Meg is on me all the time, making sure, giving me that support. So that support that I get from the Rusex, that I get from everybody, and I call everybody warriors because that's what we all are. You're a warrior, Mommy Carolyn. You're a warrior. I said it like a few months back. You have a new outlook and different life now. And we all have to conform and adapt to what we have to deal with. And the bullying, all of that stuff is not stuff we need to tolerate. That is unacceptable. There's things that we accept, and there's other things that we don't. And we need to be tougher and fight back and say, oh no, you're not getting rid of me. I'm not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
Oh yeah, because that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to run people off. And if you just let them, they thought, oh my gosh, the first thing they'll say, and if I was her, I would be off of YouTube. Thank you, Sarah Nash. That's the first thing they say. I've had people attack me in my grief. Well, she can't really have loved her son because she's doing crafts 2 weeks later. You see me for how many hours? You don't even know what goes on. And these people say that. They're just the most hateful, awful people. People I don't even know, whose names I've never heard, made videos about me saying that I didn't love my son because I wasn't curled up in a fetal position in the corner of a room 24/7. I have 2 young children that need a mother. I've got older children that need a mother.
I beg to differ. I was devastated for you, and I'm not trying to be all, braggy. Please don't think that. You I actually emailed you because I wanted you to know ahead of time, like, hey, I did this, just to mention your name, I don't know if you ever saw it or not, but I did a video. I couldn't even do the video because I was so devastated for you. I saw a broken mother, a shredded mother. However, the backbone is still there. The strength was still there, the core. And I saw it and I'm like, oh no, she's coming out of this a warrior. And you did.
Of course, my son would not have it any other way. My son would be so
disappointed
he would
not.
in me if I, gave this up, because he was the one right along. He said to me, I have it in a text. He said, they love you, those Ramblers. They really love you, Mom.
Yes.
You know?
You have a tremendous support. And as soon as that happened, I saw more support than hate, to be honest.
Oh, 100%. We have,
Yeah.
100%. We have way more. I mean, the trolls are just a small,
It's very small.
Whatever it is. But, the other thing is, like you said, I saw people come out of the woodwork. Like I did get an email from you, and, you made a nice video, and that was nice. And I did get to see it. I haven't had a chance to return all emails and stuff, but
oh no,
I
get it.
what I found really disgusting and absolutely disgusting were the people that were laying into me and then using my name, the channel name, to make a video saying how sorry they were because it was a good way for them to take off. And then they still have it on their channel. Well, one had it until she deleted her channel or something the other day. But meanwhile, she's all over the place bashing me. Because the birds of a feather that flock together, the ones that say, oh, yeah, she did this, I hate her. And I'm like, yo, you didn't hate me when you were making the video. I don't even know you from a hole in the wall, but you made a video about me and then you bashed me like 2 days later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. And I've been at this fight now for a couple months. And it's not been pleasant, as you can imagine, because this is a very high profile case. And with the amount of new, and I put that in quotations, okay, supposed new evidence, and it's going to like change the world, it's going to blow everything wide open. This is all bull crap. This is stuff to bring in money. They are making money. How come they're not donating that money to the Ruzeks? Why don't they donate that money to the Ruzeks to help them? Because they're being threatened for 2 years. They have been slandered. I'm sorry if I yell. I'm so sorry. I'm very passionate. People say that I'm passionate.
See, but the Ruzeks are upset, with the conspiracy. With
Correct.
The people that are saying things that aren't true, with the people that are saying the case is still open, the case is this, the case is that. They
Correct.
are not upset with people that have reported or talked about the case and been respectful to the victims
Correct.
and the victim's family. And I think we have to understand that because it wasn't understanding. But the ones that are going off with the conspiracy, well, they talk about it ad nauseum, and every day is, oh, well, look, we got an insider here. And these insiders, oh my gosh, I don't know how people cannot see through this. It's just to get sensationalism in order to get people there because they know, just like this Michael Long, if I can connect with the victims of SA, then I have a gold mine here. These people are going to support me. They're going to watch me. They're going, and it's all they talk about. And they keep bringing it back. There's something else. So wait, there's something else, and there's something else, and now we've got this call, and now we've got that, and now we've got an appeal, and it's ridiculous.
And may I say something, because I love you and your channel, and the Ruzeks, of course, respect you highly. The Ruzeks have turned every stone over, have searched everything. It is legit that nobody else was involved in the actual demise of Shanann and the children.
Right.
So we have to stop that conspiracy right then and there. But have you heard the term birds of a feather flock together?
Oh, I just said it. Yeah, that's my.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
term.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's my term. That's my term. Birds of a feather flock
I'm
together.
sorry.
It's not my term, but it's something I use about YouTube all the time. I said, just look at the birds. They all flock together. Just connect the dots. You see who they are.
Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that. You said that. It just.
I want to get a shirt or something with that on it because Really, it's so true, because you just look and they all gravitate. If they fight, then they gravitate, and you watch the ones that stick together, and you're like, oh my gosh, now that one's there, and this one's there, and this one's doing that. Yeah.
So and I that's why I feel safe here, because we need people that will never turn their backs on the Rusex.
Well, that's how we are here. I mean,
I know.
We're with
that's why I feel
victims.
safe here.
We don't bash victims. We are victims advocates, and we don't do that, and we never have. And you could see from the beginning of when I started to cover the case, my first videos were calling out these people. I have numerous
I remember your
videos
Mensa videos.
Yeah.
And I even commented. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, but even before that, it was about that podcast with, but people forget. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. People forget, and then somebody gets off a podcast with another, they break up, the two creators, right? And the one goes and starts another channel, and then people think, oh, she's for Shanann. She likes her. No, it was never true. And it's coming out now that it never was. You could see the handwriting, but a lot of people cannot decipher that. They're not, and I've been always a very good reader of people and their intentions, and when someone's doing something just because the wind is blowing that way. But so, and they think they delete something and it's gone. If I delete something, people won't remember what horrible things I said. You know
what? Yeah. And we're human too, and of course I've made mistakes. I've blown up, Carolyn. I've blown up on the panel because I've had enough of the crap. And I kind of like that Italian mom, because I am Italian.
Right.
You remind me of my mom. That's why I put in my letter to you, because because my mom's Italian. She's looks just like you kind of too. Anyway, I wanted to ask everyone here, did anybody get to see the documentary?
Oh yeah, we watched it last night and we chatted.
Okay, perfect. I haven't seen your videos or anybody's, because I've been crazy busy. But this is what we are in a awesome spot right now. The documentary is in Shanann's words.
Right. Yep.
And we all saw it. Now, we also are seeing the domestic issues, right? The abuse, the very fact how he was so cold and unemotional, all that stuff was being put in front. At the very tail end, you hear some bullying, slander, didn't you?
Oh yeah. And again, some of those creators are taking it as a feather in their cap.
Well, let me say this. Okay. There's a reason for that, because that is the beginning of their end. Guess what? The majority of the people who actually help work to pass these laws are not on YouTube. They're not playing these high school games. They are doing other things. And Netflix is one of them that they utilize.
Oh, that's good. I mean,
now we've got Netflix showing different types of people that are not on YouTube. What do you think they heard at the end?
Bashing of a murder victim, yeah.
Didn't they? So the ones that are getting the ones that want their kudos, they don't get that privilege. Your kudos are gone. The victim blaming right there, you will be exposed. And that, I'm not saying that to you, Carolyn.
Yeah, no.
I'm saying that to them. You will be exposed for who you are. And it's going to be by people who don't play these games.
You've got to get
And they
somebody
don't
that
play around.
See, YouTube has to be held accountable to their terms of service, and it's what I've been saying for so long now. There's got to be somebody that comes in and regulates YouTube and said, no more Wild West, no more Wild West. That's it. You're going to go through these accounts. If you don't have identification or something on file, you delete that account. And anybody that is, because they're bullying, cyberbullying, they have that all there. Okay, go report something for cyberbullying. Well, it doesn't matter, okay, because there's a channel with 3 initials saying the most horrible things about my son, okay? Horrible things. She didn't lose her son. He's all over the highway. That was reported. That is abusive to the victim. That is abusive to me. It's against the terms of service. Yet, YouTube, it's still on there. And it's even using the image of my minor sons on it. And I've reported that. My minor son's image on it, on their thumbnail.
Absolutely unacceptable.
Okay? They do nothing. They do nothing. You can keep reporting it and reporting it. And they have all the little nice things in the harassment section, and they're not supposed to do that. That's abuse of vulnerable individuals against the terms of service, but YouTube does nothing.
I know. And why I am here, and I'm not a leader, okay? I'm not like in charge of everything. I don't want anybody to think that. I am just a vessel. Mm-hmm. And I need other vessels. It's how we choose to use our vessel for either good or bad.
Right. And
needs to be a line drawn.
Oh, yeah. I've been trying to draw that line. Believe me, I have been trying. I've contacted media, and I've told them about the abuse that goes on here. I've had them contact me. And then, it's like, then we had this whole pandemic. And that kind of threw a monkey wrench into some sort of, interviews and things we were supposed to do and to meet with people in New York City. And so it's just, that's really kind of derailed us a little bit. But there's something that has to be done because YouTube is not enforcing their own terms of service. They're not. And it doesn't matter. You could tweet the CEO of YouTube until you're blue in the face. She doesn't even acknowledge it. So it has
there's power in numbers, and we have a different thing happening. We have a different dynamic, and you are strong. You are probably one of the toughest warriors I've seen around. And that's why when I was up here late, and I'm like awake and like, ding, my eyes are like wide open. I did 2 lives today. Carolyn, I jumped on different lives because I'm trying to get the message out there.
Right.
That to first of all, please watch the documentary. Anybody who hasn't seen it, please do. It's put in all in one package, and it's called The Truth. So now we've got that out of the way. But guess what's at the end? It shows the cyberbullying. It shows the Ruzeks specifically asking for their family to be left alone. This was exactly a year ago when Pop-Up Frank, I call him Pop-Up Frank, when he went in front of the house, in front of his daughter's home to beg people to stop. Did they stop?
Nope.
And now they twisted everything. Everybody's like, oh, they don't want us to talk about it, period. That's our freedom of speech.
Right.
No.
That's what I said. I said last night, it's not that they don't want people to talk about it. It's okay to talk about it. They say it's even okay for people to monetize it. It doesn't matter. That's not what it is. It's the people that are going on with the conspiracy theories. It's the people that are not giving Shanann a voice, that are, just going on with this whole thing with these crazy theories that it's not closed and there's all these other people involved and we got to get to the bottom of this, and it's just like ridiculousness, and that's the stuff they don't want.
Yeah. And you know what? We have a different let's say it's like a trampoline. this documentary was our trampoline, and it's bounced us up. We have this chance to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can come together, because we need everything to be unilateral. We need this to be federal. We need these people to, when they come real life, we need them to be, that's it, you suffer the consequences. Yeah, there's freedom of speech, and there's also, yeah, you can move your jaw and you can form words, but that doesn't mean you're not going to be held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hide behind freedom of speech when you are slandering, bullying, threatening, harassing, and especially doxing. I've been doxed already, obviously.
Do you want to
gonna
call
happen,
in, Rochelle?
right?
What is Rochelle saying? Let's agree to disagree. Disagree on what, Rochelle? You want to call in? What do you disagree? What is Rochelle disagreeing with?
That's okay. You know, there's always going to be somebody
disagree,
that.
but if she wants to disagree, I'd like to find out why, because I just don't like people that come in the chat and they don't say what's going on. They're invited to call in, and they can intelligently explain what they're disagreeing with.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see. I don't know. I just want to see what the. Do you know what it is?
And I
Daniel?
just want to say that I'm just honored to be here, because you guys are amazing, amazing people.
You're disagreeing with the chat about what, Rochelle? Do you want to call in? You're welcome to call in.
And I think that your input is extremely important, because you've been through it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've been through it. And like I said,
the very fact that you want to do the.
Yeah. Even knows what I've been through. They've come in with
profiles of my son.
I've been sent emails like you can't believe.
I'm so sorry.
The pictures, and then the panels making jokes. I mean, horrendous jokes about it.
I know.
And I just can't even believe some of the other creators who have said that they support me being okay with certain people that were sitting on those freaking panels when they were doing it, because anybody with their right mind, if they're bashing and making the most crude, heartless jokes about, and this is a couple of days after, someone's son, okay? You would say, that's not cool. We need to stop this, and say, I just have to go. Not sit on the panel and keep chucking it up with these guys. But they did. And then those creators that supposedly supported me, and oh, look, I didn't I send a tree for your son? Yeah, you might have sent a tree for my son, but you are okay with this person that's doing this. And you don't want to admit it because you're afraid it's going to hurt your channel if she's shown to be who she is. It's ridiculous. I know who they are. And I don't forget, because they will keep repeating the same thing. They try to act all nice and turn over a new leaf. It just cycles. It's just a matter of time before they flip again, and they flip again, and they flip again, and they delete. It's the same vicious cycle.
And that's why we need this to stop. And I like your double verification or triple verification thing for YouTube to create a new thing, a new profile.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be able to use, like someone's minor children as their thumbnail in which they're bashing.
Absolutely not.
And YouTube, there should be a hotline number where that can be reported. This is what I've said to the criminal crimes unit of the whatever state police, and they have a hotline. The state police would have a hotline to YouTube and say, hey, we got to get a video off there. We've got to get something off there now, because that's why we have people committing suicide and people showing murders. And we can't, 30 minutes something stays up because the police don't have this hotline. And that's another thing I was lobbying for. is that they have to, and I spoke to the state police about this, and they're in total agreement. And the other thing is, these number spoofers, they should be illegal. And Apple and Android devices should not even allow them to be downloaded. That, and the police told me the same thing. They said there's so many, and then there's a misuse of an app that's supposed to be for domestic violence victims, but these criminals and gang members are using it to kill police because it's this button that they can click and it lets somebody know their location immediately, and it's made for victims of domestic violence. But the police told me this, gang members are using it. So like if they're pulled over by the cops, they hit one button, the whole gang comes and kills the cop.
That's unreal.
It's sick. So again, now that would be another thing.
It's
maybe
disgusting.
In order to have that app, you'd have to be verified to have that app, right? You'd have to have something that if it showed you use that app, like there's got to just be.
See, I think you're on to so much stuff, and I know that you say that you've been saying this over and over. Well, it's time. Let's put this on paper, and let's pull our resources together. Because if we do this, we can clean up the community.
Yeah, it has to be.
There has to be human decency again.
Could have been killed in that SWAT. And the reason that SWAT went through is because of number spoofers. And those people, and we have a pretty good idea of who they are now. And I'm telling you, it runs deep and it runs evil, worse than you could ever imagine. But those people, they spoofed the state police's number, so there would be an additional charge because they impersonated a police department. And so there's just like so much stuff, but we could have been killed. And somebody is going to get killed. You see, I'm in a good position now, sadly, because of their foiled attempt, and they're probably kicking themselves.
Oh, Carolyn, you're broken.
What?
You're breaking up.
Oh, I think it might be you because can you hear me? I think it might be your connection because
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. See,
Is it mine?
I think so. It must be because everybody else can hear me. But because their attempt to SWAT us and kill us that night, and they wanted us to be killed on camera as well, because they thought I was going to be on later, and I signed off earlier that night, and it happened like minutes after I signed off. What they thought with this foiled attempt is that we would have been killed, and that would have been the end of us. Or that their next thing, if we weren't killed, that I would have been scared off. Well, they don't know me, and they don't know my husband. You're not going to scare me, and that's not who I am. And someone's not going to scare me off, especially an evil person or evil people. And so the thing is, now that they did that, the state police know. So they called the police to do the same thing like 3 more times. And they heard it because the police came here and they heard them, saying at the next time, these people are something else. And I was like, you want some coffee or something? Because we're down now. So if anybody does that to us again, if anybody says Jimmy has killed the family and he's held up here with a gun, they know. So it's not, and now that is really infuriating to them. So, but it's going to be someone else. If there's something that someone else is going to get killed, their next, target is going to get killed. And then everybody's going to say, oh, let's name it. And I told them the same thing. I said, you know what? When is it going to stop? When there's a law named after me? There's a law named after my family because nobody did anything because YouTube didn't do anything. It's
right.
It's ridiculous, but there's so many things that have to change, and it's so easy. Like I was talking to the police, and they said all Apple and Android it will not allow you to download the number spoofer. It will not allow you. They have to be, outlawed. And if anybody is caught using one, then there should be really stiff penalties. And there's just so many things. Technology is a great thing, but there's so many ways to misuse it.
Well, the laws are behind.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's why Shanann's law, that's why I keep saying this Shanann's law is the law that's going to catch up. Because we need it to be a social media issue and brought to attention. And I know that there's not, everybody's on social media, and I love social media. Don't get me wrong. There's good and bad to everything. So besides social media, there are people who are not on YouTube like we are. They don't get involved in this. So when they see it and they hear it, that's going to be disgusting to them. Yeah, that's bad behavior, because they're not on YouTube to begin with, getting drawn into this bad behavior, and they're not participating. So the non-participants are going to look at the participants as, this is disgusting and you look like idiots.
Right.
And this, it's definitely when the higher, I keep saying higher ups, but I don't mean that. But when higher people see this, people that are above this kind of drought, this stuff, I'm not talking about us, but the ones that create it, they're going to now, the spotlight's going to go right on them, and not in a good way.
Absolutely. And that's why
it's going to go where they're going to withdraw like demons in the night.
Right. And that's another reason why this whole pandemic, because I was in the middle of going to media in New York to tell the story about the SWAT, what could have happened to my family, and to cast a big spotlight on what the freak is going on YouTube. And these people think it's the Wild West, and no one's holding anybody accountable, because it needs to go to 48 hours, and it needs to go to Dateline, and it needs to go to 2020, and it needs to go all over the place what's happening. So
that's a good question.
Because of the pandemic, a lot of those meetings, they couldn't happen, and people are working from home, and it's like, so it's crazy. But I have to get back on and get meeting with them, because, and then then my son. So it's like that.
Please do so. And you've got an army. We created the Mommy Ramblings Army, because they've already been there, and you've got a lot of support, and I've got your back, and we want to work together. And there are other channels, because it's not just the Ruzeks.
No,
there's a lot of different victims, families the cases haven't gone to court yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you know Joan D'Alessandro, if you have ever watched my interview with her. She's the mother of a 7-year-old girl who was murdered by our next door neighbor when she was delivering Girl Scout cookies in New Jersey. And her mother lobbied. Her mother didn't know anything about anything. And when the killer confessed, who was a high school science teacher, he confessed to murdering and essaying little Joan, and then putting her in Harriman State Park naked and they found on Easter Sunday. Her mother lobbied, because at that time they didn't have a law that killing a child and sexually assaulting them under the age of, at that time it was, I believe, 14 or something was the law they had passed first, would be automatic, no parole. There was no law, so the killer was going to get out on parole. And Joan's mother, Rosemary, she went ahead and she lobbied, and she said, I didn't know anything, Carolyn, nothing. And she got Joan's law passed. And then now Joan's law, what that is someone that murders and assaults sexually anyone now under the age of 18, it's automatic, no parole. But this woman, this happened in 1973, and she's had to go countless times in front of the parole board and she continues to tell the whole story and relive it again in order to make sure that man never gets out. And he has not, and he will not.
Good for her.
But nobody has to worry about that anymore because of Joan's law. And then there was Paula's law, which she helped pass in the state of New York, which is the same thing. And it was with Paula's mother, because her daughter was murdered, in New York. They believe she was 16 years old. So they got the law up to 18 now, and it should be all over. But yes, she became a very good friend of mine. She's helped me through what I'm going through with my son. She calls me just to make sure. She really wants to meet with Sandra Rusak very, very badly. And I have someone trying to get a message to her about that. And because you should watch my interview with her, and they have Jones Joy channel.
I'm going to,
Yeah.
and please understand that I work a full-time job, and then I'm barely on YouTube with everything because I've got my own crap, going on.
Right.
So I would love to watch that video if I can get a link to that.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to it.
Oh my God. Please do. Thank
you'll
you.
Hear
and
her story
that's
and
very
what she
important.
did, and
Yeah.
what she does. Then they created the Jones Joy Foundation, and what it does is they help victims of domestic violence and at-risk youth, and that's what they continue to do. Even with this pandemic, because they used to have a lot of events, so now we do them virtually. We help them promote those events, and
good.
yeah. So she's
That's
a wonderful
awesome.
woman, and she lived, like a few towns away from me. And her daughter was older than I was, but it was a story we were, as Girl Scouts, we were always told about what happened to Joan D'Alessandro, and never to deliver Girl Scout cookies alone, and it changed so many things.
Oh my God.
But she's been the victim of
people, God bless
her, coming to say, in her grief. And that's what I mean. So there are victims of, anywhere that someone's lost a child and someone wants to come and then bully and harass them. That's just wrong. Okay. So yeah, we're totally on board with that.
And we're going to get a rough draft kind of thing pulled together so everybody understands what would be covered under this law.
Yeah, what is it that you have so far? Like, what is the law?
Okay, so and I'm going to use an example really quick because I'm hoping it helps kind of put it into perspective. Here's an example of and I'm going to go to the Watts case just really quick. When the babysitter was interviewed, okay, her information was released. Now, she was a minor. This is just one little small example I'm just going to use. She was a minor. Now, when the discovery was released, everybody, including international, had this minor's phone number, had her date of birth, knows her name.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go and find her. So here we've got internet sleuths who think that they're going to solve the case because apparently the police and the FBI are stupid, right?
Right, yeah.
So they're going to go and they pull, oh, well, I don't believe that the police knew what they were doing. So I'm going to go talk with Bob Smith, who was on the corner of Jones and whatever. And then they go to Bob Smith and Bob says, hey, I've already talked to the police. I don't need, who are you? Some random person, right? And then they say, oh, you don't want to talk to me? Well, you must have something to do with it. Or you're just in this for money, or you're a drug addict, or you're this, or you're that. So then they start slandering that person. Did that person deserve that?
No, not at all.
Does a minor need to have her information, and I'm talking about date of birth and all kinds of stuff?
No, it should be redacted. Released? It should be redacted. And the other thing is, just speaking of that, just tonight when I was listening to that call, Nicole Atkinson's son, they were making fun of his hair. That creator that supposedly, switched sides and now looks like switching back again.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't know how people are fooled because it doesn't change its spots. Sorry. Leopards.
No, they don't. You're right. They really don't. And that's what I've been telling in my teaching of my videos about. They can put a little foundation
on or something and cover those spots, but those spots will start to show through when it rains.
Absolutely. When it rains. Yep. And another thing, victims of crimes should not be slandered if the crime has been closed, or the case, I'm sorry. So the Watts case was closed.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened? No, some YouTubers decided, yeah, you know what? Nope, Shanann did it. Really? So now Shanann's name gets dragged through. She's not even here anymore. She cannot defend herself. So now who's left? Her own parents. This is their daughter. And their grandchildren were taken from them in one foul swoop by the very person they trusted the most and that they were betrayed by.
Right. And I just want to say one thing, just because I'm sorry that I didn't see the emails, but I did put the numbers in. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So if a victim of a crime begins to become the perpetrator, that's a big problem.
Right. Yes.
A victim is a victim.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And her family should not be harassed, slandered, bullied, and threatened because they were victims.
Right. No one should be bullied, harassed, or threatened. And if YouTube would just stop that on social media, no one should be. There should be a zero tolerance on it, and it's already there. So just enforce the darn terms of service. That's all they have to do.
Yeah. Well, that's why we need power in numbers. Mm-hmm. We need bigger people looking at this. And Carolyn, you're a big part of this. Like, we need your input. We need your, hey, this is what needs to be covered. And that's when we go after YouTube. We have to hold Google accountable. And people are like, wow, Google's kind of big. Well, you know what? They're big, but they're not bigger than the law.
No, they have to be held accountable. I've said you're preaching to the choir, because I've said this for like a year and a half now. But yeah,
I know, but we've got some movement, Carolyn. That's why I want to give you some hope. I want to give you hope and faith that if we continue on the right path, we do the right things, this will succeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to.
But I can't do this alone.
There's going to be, if it doesn't, it's going to succeed either way. It's either going to succeed without there being a big tragedy, or there's going to be a big tragedy, and then there will be a law about that poor creator, that whole family was swatted and people were killed because of this not being taken seriously. So what's going to happen? Yep. It's one or the other. It's good. There will be regulations enforced, but it's going to come about one of two ways. And we don't want it to be the second way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi, Rabbit Dog.
That's why we have to do. Oh, Rabbit Dog's here. Okay, I'm sorry. Hello.
Okay. Hey, how are you? How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So you were asking for anyone to call in about the Chris Watts thing. As I said to you in my email, I was on a panel earlier because I've been gone from YouTube for months, just out the matrix completely. And obviously the Chris Watts case was what drew me into being a YouTube creator in the first place. Mm-hmm. So then it just came across my radar that people were talking about Chris Watts, and I was like, wow, I didn't expect that. And then so I jumped into a panel on that, and as you know, it was one of these channels that,
oh, I know, the one that has a new bestie. That's the one that put the death threats on me. Yeah.
Oh really? I don't know anything about that, Caroline.
You talked about it on, you don't remember, on Diane's channel?
The person that put the death threats on you?
Yeah, Rabbit, really? With a B?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
She was...
That's her new bestie.
Well, I had no idea about that. I just thought she was flying through the panel.
Yeah, no,
you know,
it's her new
but
bestie.
my whole point on being on that channel was because obviously my point of view is the polar opposite, right?
Right.
But the actual creator, as against them as I've been in the past, I've kind of softened to her, and I kind of believe, I don't think you'll agree with this, but I believe she is being genuine, I hope, in her stance, in her critical thinking, right? So
Can I just say one thing? I know that you might think whatever you think, but remember, your whole situation was because you fell for the same thing twice again, right?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
possibly. Possibly, okay, but there's a greater point here, though. Whether that's the case or not, it's what people hear, regardless of whether the creator has been honest or not, right?
Right.
If I can just respectfully go on there and stand up for Shanann, okay, call out the nonsense that's been said about her,
Right.
then other people hear that, okay, and it can make people think twice about their opinions, right? And I think that's of value.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's just that I don't think she's changed what she says because, frankly, it's not telling the truth. And I could show you 200 screenshots that show things that she says she never said. And,
Right.
It's the whole culture of these people. If I delete it and it's gone, it didn't happen. And, even...
Just so clear, are you talking about the creator's channel that I was on, or are you talking about the person on the panel?
No, it's C, the creator, C.
Right, okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. And it's caused terrible, terrible trauma to the Rusaks. And, I don't know if you were ever in those Facebook groups.
No, I don't go into any of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you cannot even believe. I could share some shots with you of the things that were said in there.
You're lucky that you aren't seeing that toxic poison.
It's horrendous. Horrendous.
Yeah,
it's hurtful.
Yeah, see, the thing was with me was I was there right at the very beginning when there was a podcast that I know, Caroline, you're aware of. That's what really deranged us all, basically, and we were so upset by what was going on there. And once the case was all wrapped up, I couldn't really listen to any content on it anymore because it was just too much. I think most of us felt that way, right? So I was as critical about those creators as anyone else. There was two specific creators, and then they went their separate ways, right? But in the interim, I have got no idea really what has gone on with those creators. And then when I go back and then I listen to a few of their shows, they seem reasonable to me, okay? But there could be things going on behind the scenes that I'm just not aware of at all. But the overriding point here is on that channel, Shanann was being dragged a bit, okay? So going on there and defending her, people will hear that. So it's that's...
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from with that, okay? And but it's the problem that it's the same thing like with this Michael Long stuff. You could talk to those people that support this man and you could show them whatever proof that there is. And like I said, he could go out there and actually physically kill someone in front of him and they would make an excuse for him because people that want to believe that they don't change. They just keep on it and keep on it. And it's you keep, you can
I have a little example on something like that because it is a narcissistic type. It's a point of view, right? So we could have 5 people see a crime happen. 4 people see a man get into a white car and drive away. That one person sees a man get in a red car and pull away. So no matter how much evidence you put and you present in front of them, they will still say, nope, nope, and they'll deny it because they want their perception is right. Their feelings are facts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm not like
But I think Rabbit is trying to say he's trying to reach people that are listening, not the creator, not.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm totally. You reach one person, Rabbit Dog. One person. That's all that matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah. I mean, there's no point in everyone ignoring each other and just staying in their own echo chambers, right? Regardless of what side it's on, and you can argue about who's been the most honest in either camp, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But as long as people are respectful, and then they can have their alternative views, because there is a legitimate reason to analyze Shanann's lifestyle. Okay, Shanann did have flaws. Okay,
Of course, everybody does. Yeah.
Well, this is my point. You see, what was so endearing about Shanann to me and to a lot of people, I think, is the fact that it was her humanity, the fact that she did have these flaws, that she was striving so hard, and she so wanted this life. She had the American dream going on, all right? And we watched the videos, and people tried to make the case that she wasn't being a great parent and, you know, she was neglecting the kids a bit, okay? I mean, who has had their social media, like the videos of their life, scrutinized to that degree? No one.
No, not a murder victim. No. And then the other thing is also there's some sexism in there too, because if she had been a man and she was working and had to put the kids in nursery school, you know, and kids go to school earlier and earlier. They go to school at 3 years old. And now 4 years old, there's we have pre-K here, you know, so it's, and that is all day. It's not a half a day. So, but she was like bashed for that. But if had it been a man and, you know, was building his career and put his kids in there, he wouldn't be bashed for it. So, you know, it's all a matter of, you know, today there are stay-at-home dads and there are moms that work outside of the house prior to the pandemic, most, but, you know, a lot of people are working from home now, but prior to that, you know, but it's so much so that, you know, they couldn't survive.
Well, I want to step in for just a moment because, yes, Shanann, we all have flaws, okay? And Shanann did something that somehow became important because she was murdered. And she was brutally murdered in a way of the discard, then her reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And that is I would like to pull their lives apart. The one that pull her lives apart or her life.
Believe me, the ones that are pointing it out that of all of this probably have the worst marriages and the worst relationship
they're crappy
with their
wives, they're crappy housekeepers, they're crappy cooks.
Right. It's deflection.
And they can't take care, they can't be so loving to everybody like Shanann was.
Right. And just, you know, I've said that 100 times, and I don't even think some of them understood because they said, oh, she, you know, this or that. I said, well, Italian women are very much like that. I couldn't understand like some of the things that they said. I said, because where I'm from, and we have, you know, it's like half Italian, half Jewish, and Jews and Italians are a lot alike. So only the food is different.
My stepdad's Jewish.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But that, you know, Shanann is very normal to us. That's, you get passionate, you do.
And to most people, that was my point. This horrible equivocation of Shanann's flaws compared to this psychopath, empty vessel, Chris Watts.
Right.
That was what was so disgusting.
Right.
Okay?
And they were saying, oh, she's, she could go from 0 to 60. Okay. So she has, whatever, she has feelings, she has emotions, but it wasn't anything that, first of all, it didn't cause anything because Chris was a psychopath and he hid behind this mask and he didn't just snap. He did not snap. He was not in a rage.
He never grew. He didn't have that solid core, is what I call it.
Do you know what's the scariest thing about Chris Watts? Is that I believe the route that Chris Watts took by just erasing his family, in his warped mind, that was actually easier for him to do than to go through the process of a divorce, of facing Shanann, who would have torn shreds off him, and to face the families. And
also not to grab a dog, not to have someone say, what a bad guy. You left your wife when she was 15 weeks pregnant and you left your children. If he wanted to be a victim, his family disappeared.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. He was enamored. He was under a spell with Nicole Kessinger.
Well, watch what you say of spells.
Oh,
somebody said that somebody was a witch.
Don't get me started.
And we were living in the Charmed episode. I'm sorry.
There's a certain creator I don't want to start talking about because I'll never stop.
We know what spell it was, and this is another thing that I keep reiterating. And I'm not trying to seem like I'm preaching, but Chris he never dated anybody properly. He never dated anyone before Shanann. Come on now. Like, what did he have to bring to the table to the relationship? Yeah. What did he bring? What did he provide? He provided an empty slate that followed her around and said, okay, tell me what to do.
Right.
I like
instructions. He followed instructions.
He did that his entire life. He never emotionally evolved enough to have a proper relationship. The thing I would love to just like scream to Shanann a few years before is, how could you choose this man? Because
but he got her at a very vulnerable. Remember when he got
exactly.
her? She was vulnerable. She was sick. Remember, she said she had her head on his lap, and he didn't even get up when he had to go pee. But she was comfortable finally. She was like really at rock bottom with her health and everything else, and that's something that they prey upon.
Yeah. I mean, she fell in love with the idea of this life. She didn't fall in love with Chris Watts.
Exactly.
He was a placeholder for this lifestyle. Okay.
Well, she fell in love with what he reflected back.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But he was never there.
Nope.
The only time he was actually there was when Nicole popped up, and she wrapped her fingers right around him. He was putty in her hands, and that's when he came alive. And the scariest thing, as I say, is the fact that he was able just to erase his family because it was the easiest outcome. It was the easiest
and the best outcome
way to get it.
He'd be a victim as well. Yeah.
He just simply wanted to start again with Nicole and just forget about the last 10 years.
And it was calculated. There was no feeling because he didn't have emotions. He had to look up how does someone feel when they tell you, you love them or what, how do I know all this stuff about love? Because he didn't even know how to feel. Who the heck looks that up? How do you feel when someone tells you I love you?
Exactly. Yeah. There's no connection. And he looked at Bella and Cece and Nico as extensions of Shanann.
He knew how to care for them. He knew that, yes, I'm supposed to pick her up when I come home from work, and I'm supposed to hold her close to me, and I'm supposed to play with them, and I'm supposed to do this. He knew what he was supposed to do, but he didn't. There were no feelings. There was no love there. That's why he could so easily do what he did.
Yeah, I mean, he just...
It's nice to talk with people that actually have the same thoughts and knowledge that I do.
Yeah, I mean, the two scariest people I've seen in terms of true crime is Chris Watts and Jodi Arias.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But Chris Watts, I tell you, he will actually be fine in prison. I think he'll be quite content in prison because he's got the rules there in front of him. Wake up at this time, breakfast at this time, dinner at this time. He'll be going along quite content, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, except now I don't know if they're saying that it doesn't sound like him, but he's not going to get an appeal. That's done, finished. This is where he's going to be.
You can't do an appeal anyway on a plea. I think it's called something like a 35C or 50, right. I don't remember. There's something else it's supposed to be. But again, even if he were to do that, let's say, hey, let's pretend, okay, there was someone else involved, okay? Then what's going to happen? They're going to get put in jail, in prison.
Right.
CW is still sitting there.
He's not yet, but he did this. He's in prison where he belongs, and he's going to stay there.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
that is right.
It's actually incredible that anyone actually still believes that he didn't.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Kill everyone.
Either. It's ridiculous. But there are people that believe, like the Newtown in Connecticut didn't happen. All those people that lost their they believe it didn't happen. I mean, it's just crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean,
people will believe anything. You will have
exactly right.
Believe anything.
That 9/11 was orchestrated.
Right, landing on the moon,
it fits their narrative.
Challenger, just so many.
Sandy Hook didn't happen. The moon landings were a hoax.
I meant by Newtown, yes.
Yeah,
Sandy Hook,
yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Didn't one of the Sandy Hook victims' parents create a law about that because there was so much false?
I think so. Yeah, there were a lot. There were laws that were created about that. Yeah, because people, Alex Jones was saying it didn't happen.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's baloney. That makes me sick.
So I didn't see this Netflix documentary that people are talking about. I mean, is there anything new come up in terms of the case?
No, it's not new, except that they put it.
It's a different version.
With, the police cam, and then intermixed with Shanann's videos, and so you hear Shanann talking in her voice, and then you
narrating
hear the voice of Frankie and Frank and Sandy and everybody, but it's not. There's no other like narrator, and it's told entirely through that. It's very interesting.
It's utilizing the truth, the proof, okay, and the discoveries and the body cams. However, it's also utilizing the proof of what Shanann said in her videos, what she wrote on her Facebook, what she meant and wrote and messaged in her text messages. So it's on her, it's her speaking for her.
Yeah.
Because everybody, that Lifetime movie made me I was horrified when I saw it because it made Chris Watts look like he had feelings, emotions, and it made Shanann look like she was clingy and desperate. And both of them were completely inaccurate.
There's a reason that I didn't watch them.
After?
What's up?
They asked the Ruzeks after the movie was made.
Oh, really?
After!
They asked them after what? I'm sorry, I didn't.
After they made the movie, Lifetime.
Yes. They asked them for their input afterwards?
Yeah.
Because
it's like shooting first and asking questions later.
Right, because, Lifetime, they want something, they did, just like what they did. They pretended they did the way they had them slap on the Thrive, and then they kept doing that little thing where he'd slap on the Thrive, he'd take the shake, that was.
They tried to make it like a roid rage almost.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. And he was not in a rage, and that's why anytime I hear that, I'm like, I want to scream. That's why I used to say I load my dishwasher with more of a rage than Chris Watts had that day. He had zero rage. Zero. I packed for a trip with my family
had zero emotion.
With more rage than that. I'm like, we're going to be late. Hurry up. And, and it's like, he was just like calm as a cucumber. That's
what makes him so scary.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't process emotions or feelings the way normal people do. Most people would be scared, or he was just okay.
The interesting thing is what caused that, right? From his upbringing, from his childhood, from his environment.
Neglect. Yeah. Emotional neglect. I don't want to say he was obviously well fed. Obviously, he had a roof over his head and clothes on his back. but he didn't have that growth, even spiritually. And he didn't date. He never dated. And then he meets Shanann, and he pushes and pushes, and he shows her what he knows what she wants. See, he thinks what she wants. Oh, you want this? Okay. Oh, I'm great. I'm a great son-in-law. I'm a great boyfriend. I'm a great husband. You know, he portrayed all of that because he knew that's what they wanted.
Yeah, he knew the role that he had to act.
Correct. But we're all living in his world.
And Shanann was actually 100% correct when she said that Chris has no game.
Yeah.
Exactly. And another thing I want to mention in the documentary, I know, Rabbit Dog, you haven't seen it yet, but you know this case. She even put in her text messages, this is ridiculous. The lack of communication is absolutely, you know, I don't remember how she worded it, but she used that exact phrase, lack of communication. And that's what I had been saying for people, because I'm trying to bring the red flags up front so other women and men too, and other victims can get out of these relationships and can spot the signs. Because I'm going to be honest, when I saw Chris Watts, the very, very first second I saw him on the porch and I kind of looked at him, I saw nothing in his eyes. Like, I don't know why, but I see something in the eyes, like almost like the emotion or there's something there that when you're upset, even the eyeballs, the veins, the vessels, everything changes. And I just saw something. I'm like, wait a minute. And the way he was talking was very blah, and I'm like, this guy has nothing inside.
Yeah.
And sure enough, boom.
It was like looking into a black hole.
Exactly. If you see my videos, I put black holes in on the top of my videos. People don't even know what the heck. There's a method to my madness.
Yeah. Scary guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
but there's red flags. There are signs. I want people to not feel so scary about that.
Do you know what is scary as well? Is if he hadn't met Nicole, nothing would have happened. He would have just kept going along in that life. And then I believe, because I think Shanann was still evolving, right? I think she was a little bit too immersed in her occupation. She would have got through that at some stage, and then she would have reflected on her life. She would have realized that Chris is not there, right? She would have left him, I reckon, once the kids had grown up.
Yeah, maybe later on, yeah. But you're right. Nicole was just the catalyst that made him decide to act. But anyone that he would have become interested in, would have been the catalyst that caused that. And he was just hiding that under this mask of this quiet, introverted guy who wouldn't hurt a fly, who was a great family man and took care of the house and took care of the lawn and, did everything the way he should at work and followed instructions. And but that's what it was. It was just all under the guise of that until when, but there were real problems.
The thing that annoys me the most about the criticism that Shanann gets is that she was so controlling and she emasculated Chris. Chris emasculated himself a long time ago, way before Shanann ever came on the scene.
Right, absolutely. And he could have said, stood up for himself, or whatever.
Yeah, he could know. He was a beta male, essentially, do you know?
Yeah. But, there's also other guys like that, and, it doesn't mean that they're going to kill it. Sometimes guys are just like that, and they just, are comfortable being that, and that relationship works for them. But in Chris's case, it was just, he's a psychopath.
Yeah, he's
a psychopath.
He had no conception of how to face up to the decision that he had to make, right? That's why he made such an obscene decision.
And that's why Shanann
Yep.
said, about the letters, why she wrote him letters. And she said in the text, because he expresses himself better in a letter. The reason being because he could look up what kind of feelings he should have and write them down. That's why he expressed himself better in a letter.
How do you know you're in love or something?
Right,
Something
like even
that
like
about
how should I
Nicole.
feel when my wife says that, we should work on this thing, or what is a good compromise for that? And so he could go and then put something down, because there's so many message boards and all kinds of things talking about, issues in marriages like that, and he could steal some stuff from there and put it in a letter, and that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just but his whole family, like none of them had emotions, and that's what Frank Rusak said. He said, we cried when they were going to Colorado, and Chris's family, nothing. And he said, I just thought, well, they were cold people. Maybe they don't have emotions, but it was more than that. It's just,
Yeah. Shanann was a go-getter, and she realized that there was a lack of communication. I want to mention this, please, everyone. Red flag. First of all, if someone has not dated properly prior to meeting you, you will run into issues. You may never know what that person is capable of doing. There has to be a pattern. There has to be a history, because people grow that way when we develop relationships over time. What could he have brought to the table? Another thing, like I said, lack of communication. If you feel like you are pulling teeth, then you got a problem there. I'm not saying the person's a CW, okay? I'm not saying that. But I'm saying the person is obviously toxic, and there's nothing good that's going to come from that, is it?
Well, I don't exactly agree with that. Communication is essential. If you don't have communication in a relationship, you're going to have issues. But just because somebody may not know how to communicate effectively doesn't mean they're toxic. If they're willing to go and learn about it and how to communicate effectively.
Like being how Chris was, the cold.
Right. But some people are natural introverts, and they may, what I'm saying, but if they're willing to work on that and then, understand the importance of communication, they may have the same thing. Like, okay, if someone is like 24 years old and they had a couple of girlfriends, but they didn't have anything serious, doesn't make them a psychopath. They just may have been sheltered maybe more, or they, were immersed in school or something. A lot of people. So you can't just say, you can't just give a blanket statement if you meet someone at 24 years old and they really haven't had many girlfriends, that they're toxic, because that's too broad of a generalization to paint people with.
People emotionally evolve at different rates depending upon their experience, and their relationships in life.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's other signs, but if somebody is not willing to communicate with you, and they're giving you breadcrumbs, that's why I'm saying this documentary is so important, because this is going to be the catapult for the domestic violence awareness.
But there's a lot of times, like men and women, even when couples have been married a long time and they don't communicate effectively, because men and women, it's like, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, or whichever way it is. And you have to understand, like they say, fill your love tank, whatever, because it's two different things. And so couples do have to learn, a lot of them, how to communicate effectively.
Yes.
It's something couples go to therapy for. It doesn't mean...
But was he willing of going?
No,
are they willing of doing it?
He did not want to go to therapy. He said that.
That's what I'm saying. There are red flags.
Yeah.
She didn't know. No one would have known what he was capable of. But are the flags there? Yes. Does it mean there was, danger in paradise? In a way, yes. The parents, the contention towards the marriage already. They didn't even go to the wedding. This is all build up.
Oh yeah,
This is all animosity.
There was definitely tensions between the family and in-laws. Like everybody knows, your in-laws can really make or break your relationship if they're going to just dig their heels in. It doesn't have to break you up, but there's going to be, stuff going on. So
Yeah, I think the problem as well is when you really want something to work so bad because you're really invested in it, it can delude you a little bit to some of the signs, some of those red flags that you're talking about.
right, yeah. I mean,
Sometimes you don't learn until it's too late.
I just want, I just want other people to know that, yes, as scary as it is, because he seemed like that all perfect husband and father, there were signs, and now we can learn from this. Shanann would want people to learn from this.
Yeah, this is the one reason why I think it is legitimate to have respectful criticism about the lifestyle they were having and the flaws that were in the marriage, right? Because Shanann was so normal, and because she was such a good person fundamentally at heart, it's like looking in the mirror for a lot of people. I think that's why the case was so huge, because people could relate.
Oh yeah, she's very relatable.
So well to her. Yeah, she was just so human.
Right.
But there's lessons to be learned there. How did she miss those flags? Like, why were they willing to go through this marriage where there was no real deep connection there? And could they have been more attentive to their kids? Did Shanann have to work those hours? Did the whole promotion through that, her occupation, social media, did that have an effect? They're all legitimate criticisms to have, but when you start using that and attacking her personality, and insinuating that, she had it coming, and that poor Chris was just bullied and he snapped, that is what is obscene to me.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Like, it's so crazy. Like even any little joke she said was taken so out of context by some creators. Like, oh my gosh, look at this, and she said he's going to wash the dishes or something. Oh my gosh, that's so whatever. And it's just so crazy that someone takes something like that. Like when little Cece was bringing the diapers up the stairs in one of these groups, they were saying, "Oh, look, like basically, what is she's making the kid bring the diapers up the stairs? What a bad parent, and who would do that?" And then post it on Facebook. And I thought it was funny like crazy. She said, "Well, she doesn't want to do the potty training, so I'm going to make her earn her keep," or something. It was hysterical. And little Cece was carrying a little bag of Pampers up the stairs, like she wasn't in a labor camp, and abusing her child. It was a really funny thing that most people would get a real chuckle over, and yet it was used in just to say what a bad parent, who would do this. And I just kept thinking, like, what? These people are crazy. I think that's hysterical. I would do the same thing. It's hysterical.
I know, that's what I'm saying. She was so endearing to anyone that could see what was really going on there,
Right.
I mean, I think people were trying to manifest dirt that wasn't there because they had to believe that
she was a
poor
bad person.
Chris, that there has to have been some other reason that Chris went crazy.
Right, like even when she was making the cannoli cookies for Thanksgiving, I think it was, and little Cece went into the bathroom and she finished making a couple cookies before she went and got her. Oh, what a terrible mother, What a terrible mother. Cece went into the bathroom and she didn't, immediately run after her. She asked Bella to go first. It's like, what mother, it's like crazy. It was just, they just picked apart every little thing they could.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's the Shanann's law that you were referring to earlier?
Shanann's law is going to protect, and it is going to be a social media geared law, which Shanann was a social media queen, right? So it kind of fits with her. But it's going to cover victims of crimes, murders, as well as the victims' families, friends, witnesses were going way in.
Right.
Because what is happening is internet sleuths think that they're going to solve cases while they're collecting money and claiming they have info. Instead of giving that information to the police or law enforcement or FBI or whoever you have to, they hold on to it for ransom kind of thing. So, I mean, I have so much to say on this. But anyway, overall, it's to protect the privacy. But we would come into that as well as YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
Because like here Mommy Ramblings is, she is an advocate. When she represents a victim, they're going to come after her as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening to me, basically. They're coming right at me. And I've been doxxed. I've been, all kinds of stuff. And
do you have a channel, Kelly?
I do. Kelly the Advocate with an EY though.
Okay, I'll look it up.
And just so it has to get to the point where there's a line drawn between freedom of speech and harassment, slander, bullying, And I found quite a bit of articles within our legal guides that we've got some protection that needs to be pulled out to the forefront to add to the Shenanigans law. And it's not stopping people from talking about the case or any case for that matter, but you don't have a right to harass people. And dox, and you don't have a right to do that. You don't have a right to go to people's real lives and go to their jobs, do a SWAT like that's happened to Mommy Carolyn.
Can I ask you, without mentioning any creators' names, is there a creator by the initials of AD that might have come across your radar?
Yes, he's the definition of
exploitation, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
He's the one that stuff dropped in my lap for. Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen such a blatant case of exploitation.
Well, everybody can thank AD for that. The initials. You can thank him for that. Yeah. For this law.
Yeah. Fair play. That's great. That sounds good. Sounds interesting. Are you aware of Abigail, the creator Abigail?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I think you're obviously aware of all the right people.
Oh yeah. Martin. I had Martin on the panel.
I just have to stop left. Because we can't discuss other. Because everybody's going on about in the chat and getting upset. So,
sorry, that was my fault.
No, because they're saying we're not following the rules and stuff. So and people are, I don't know why people are upset in the chat. I'm trying to see why. What? Does anybody else want to call in or? I don't think I have any other emails.
Is there some rule about not mentioning other creators, is there?
Well, because I think that everybody was getting
careful.
Upset. Yeah. We don't want to, I try to, I don't want to, first of all, it's somebody bullying. I don't want to give them, even any airtime because that's what they're looking for. That's why they use just a few that are attacking me now. They're using my name and their title every video, and they want me to come and say, "Oh, you've got to see what this one is doing," because it gives them exposure.
Right.
So, and I think the more we say, because even if you tell people, you could tell people someone is really bad and they're doing something really bad. A lot of people say, "Oh, let me just take a look for myself." And what happens is, and that reinforces bad behavior because they get a lot of views, right? So then they use your name again and again and again. And it just gets a pattern. And so that's why we have it. Most channels have it as a rule. Like if they have like Rabid Dog, like if you're on the panel and I say, oh yeah, this is Rabid Dog's channel, go in, that's fine. But it's just the matter of like talking about because otherwise you get a lot of people that just come to a channel that has and just start throwing creators' names in as a means to promote.
I hear you. That's why I try to just say the initials.
Right. That's what we do here too. But but I don't know. The chat is like a lot of people. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because so Sunflower, what's up? Tell me.
The other creator's name that I read out is an advocate. Like, okay. They're a good person to follow.
Yeah, no, it's just okay. So be kind. Yeah, Mandy said, yeah, be kind. That's what we try to do. Be kind. I know some people get heated in the chat, and I do try to make it a point and to talk with people, even if they have a different opinion, but as long as we do it civilly and without cursing, without yelling, without screaming, it's fine. It's okay. And just trust me, I'm okay.
And
some people get so protective of me, like some things like that.
Yeah. But, and just to say as well, Caroline, like I've been gone for a while, but obviously, like I've heard that you've been going through a bit of a tough time with some stuff on YouTube, and I'm so sorry that you've had to go through that because you've had it more than most, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know any of the ins and outs of it, but it's not good.
No, it's not. But it's just. Hi, Peggy. How are you? Has she been going through the phases? Just as Scooter says, you can disagree, but don't attack any guests or anything. And trust me that I know I can take care of myself. No, nobody's.
If anyone's going to be attacked, it will be me. I can assure you.
That's probably me, because a lot of people, not a lot, but there's some people that are just not in agreement with me.
Beryl Keating says, you were not very civil to Will. You screamed at him. I did not scream at Will, and I don't delete my videos, so you can go back and watch it, Beryl. But thanks for trying.
The thing is about YouTube, if you're going to have any opinion whatsoever that's not the middle line, you're going to have haters, you know? Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't worry, Kelly.
I try, but I just don't want like the chat going, I just want to say, don't, and I tell them all the time, and then they say, okay, but sometimes people.
I see some people saying I'm self-promoting, or I'm trying to exploit or something like that. There's somebody running around saying that, but it doesn't bother me because I know it's not true.
Well, I mean,
so it's like, whatever.
That's a bit of a straw man, though, because anyone that's a creator on YouTube is basically self-promoting. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Oh, I didn't lose it. Beryl says, yes, you didn't listen to you. I think you mean that he didn't listen to me and I lost it. Is that what you're trying to say, Beryl? Go watch the video. Beryl.
Yeah, they don't watch the video, or if they do they take pieces
Beryl?
of it.
You're invited to call in as long as you can have a civil conversation and not yell and scream. I'm willing to let you come on and talk about it, but you're wrong. You need to watch the video. I don't delete them. I didn't scream at Will. In fact, Will got off and thanked me for being able to converse and not scream and yell. I think you're thinking of another creator that he had a screaming match with. Okay. You're allowed to express your opinion, Beryl, but calling me a fool and stuff, no, that's not cool.
Yeah,
you're going to get deleted. That's your warning. And if you do it again, you're out. Okay? That's it.
Yep. They're out. That's what I've been doing, kicking them out. Sandy said, because I don't know if you guys know this, but they are admins on my channel. They are mods on my channel. They have full control. Mm-hmm. So they have a place to go. And a lot of people say, well, why don't they use their own platforms? Or, Frankie's got a big thing going, his channel.
Right.
Yeah, but, that this is different. This is a third party, first of all. This is, they're not there to do all that. This is something,
See,
there are other people that want to pick up the slack.
If Sandy would meet with Rosemary, I think Sandy, that would be like a huge, that's why I so badly want them to meet, because the stuff Rosemary has done, and they're both Jersey girls, I can see, Sandy taking that, just the way Sandy on Dr. Phil said she wanted to hug every mother that's lost a child, and she wanted to do this.
Yep.
Sandy getting out and using her voice, it would be hugely powerful. And Rosemary, if she could, just if she doesn't already know, she may even know the story, being from New Jersey, and that was very, very prominent. And she is around the age of Joan D. Alessandra. She might be a couple of years older, but she probably knows the story. And Rosemary is just such an inspiration of what a mother whose child was murdered could go ahead and get these laws passed. And it was Rosemary lobbying, right there at the courthouse, and just doing all this. And I really think Sandy could be instrumental in doing that, and people want to see her, and her voice would be so powerful.
That's what she's doing. That's what we're doing. We're actually focusing what she's been given, my instructions, sorry, my mind went blank. My instructions are to help victims of crimes. If we can help the mothers, recently pregnant mothers have been found murdered, right? A young pregnant mother just recently found discarded. That is another
every day.
And that's what Sandy wants. And Sandy tells me, this is what I want, and that's what I'm doing, because I'm on the same page with her anyway. It's not like, oh, she's doing everything she wants. No, we're on the same page. That's why. But I'm not doing anything that's against her.
Yeah.
I ensure that I go run it by her first.
Right. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm just saying that Sandy is relatable to so many people, know her. And
that's why maybe you could send me the information and I can pass it.
Right. Yeah. Even more so.
I would like to do
I just
that.
think, like with Rosemary, if you if you watch her interview, you will see what I mean about, especially in the 70s and the 80s, when they didn't have social media, and this woman was nothing, but she wasn't, like she said, she was not a politician. She was not anything but a mother. And she went out and she had to do what she had to do. She had to be Joan's voice. And I think that's where Sandy is. She's Shanann's voice. She's Bella's voice, and she's Celeste's voice. And other people can be the voice too. But Sandy would be amazed with the power that she can have, and getting out there and making that voice heard.
Yep.
And I think she would be very inspired when she sees what Rosemary did when you didn't even have a platform such as social media to use it.
Yes. That's what we're here for. This isn't for notoriety. This isn't for anything. This is to help victims until my last breath. That's why I don't care what other people think of me.
Can I ask you?
I know the truth.
Can I ask you guys a question? This might not be a popular view, right? But I feel that Nicole Atkinson has also been a victim in this.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, because even to this day, there's still a lot of people on either side that, think that she was involved to some degree. There's just no way she was. There's zero evidence.
Oh, that's lunacy. Yeah. And that something like that was passed around, not on the channel you were on, but her old host, who's seems to be turning back to the table of her
Oh,
true
really?
colors. Or yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so that I heard that craziness going on. Just really, so yeah, but she's definitely been a victim, and she says so on her blog. I mean, on her vlog. And she is really, I admire her so much because she's gone through, like, with a son being born and needing surgery, then herself being diagnosed with breast cancer, and yet she's still pushing through, building a business for her family. She's dealing with everything she has to deal with. She's vlogging to help other victims of cancer, you know, other people going through cancer, to inspire them and to also inspire others that they don't have to have cancer, but just to inspire others by looking at what she's doing. And she's just such an inspiration. And yes, she's another person that can be that voice out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I actually meant Nicole Kessinger there, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh.
Nicole Atkinson. My God, yeah, of course. I mean, she's an obvious victim in this.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I meant Nicole Kessinger because I know that would be quite a controversial view, right? But I see her as being a complete victim in this as well. I don't think there's any.
I think the reason you're going to run into that, just being the Google searches, people are going to say, it will look and say she targeted this. She knew he was married. She knew that she was pregnant. She was all over the social media, and she targeted him. So that's going to be a really hard sell. Whereas Amber Fry,
Yeah.
you
Didn't.
can see she didn't. And so you're going to see that people said she was a victim. And even Lacey's mother, when she went to meet her, she said, you know, it was hard at first, but then she realized that she really didn't know anything about Lacey, the baby, or anything. Whereas with the other one, she knew. So while she doesn't, you know, bear any responsibility in what, besides being a catalyst, people will see her as someone that, you know, was handpicking where she was going to go. You know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. 'Cause there is a whole scale. There's a whole scale of like moral sort of morals there. Okay, I mean, obviously, it's understandable that people disliked her so much to begin with, right? But for her to become the most hated person in America, right, which she basically was for such a long time, she basically had to go in hiding. But in reality, she was no different than hundreds of thousands of other people, male and female, that were doing the same thing.
Yeah, I just I think it's going to be a really hard, you know what I'm saying? Because, and then I'll tell you, there's like a since there's such love and everything and relatability with Shanann, and a lot of people feeling, okay, she was the catalyst, and it just can't embrace her as a victim because she sought out, she was doing searches for Shanann, she was doing all that. So that's going to be a little bit of a tough sell too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying she was I'm not comparing her as a victim to Shanann, obviously, right? I mean,
right.
She misbehaved basically, right? But she wasn't a bad person, is my point, right? And it's the fact as well that you just know Chris was lying to her about he was going to be leaving Shanann, that Shanann wasn't pregnant, things like that. Yes, she pursued Chris. You know, she wasn't, you know, you can have a go at her morals, but, you know, I think a lot of people need to look at themselves as well before, you know, they destroy her character.
I'm just telling someone how to call in. Somebody, Zappa, you want to call in, but all you have to do is download the Zoom link. The Zoom app, and then you can click on the link. If you want to call in, all you have to use is one of those numbers, and then it'll ask you for a meeting ID, and you just enter that.
Well, I want to make a comment about the NK thing because, you know, a lot of people do have obviously not a good outlook on her, and I don't want to be her best friend either, or her friend, right? But the problem is that she was not considered a suspect in the eyes of the law, and the case is closed. So what has happened is people have put a target the size of California and Texas blended together on her back. What's also happened is that people that are affiliated with her, either their relatives, friends, anybody, they have been threatened. Anybody who knows her is threatened to be killed because of this. Now, does that make sense to anyone?
No.
Should you be killed because of something that your cousin from down the line did?
Of course not.
Now, another thing is that there is a woman that looks similar to NK, but you can tell it's not her. The jaw's different. Somebody has exposed this person, doxed her. This is a complete stranger.
People are crazy out there.
This is a creator.
Really?
That's the kind of power these people have. Because now that woman, oh, well, this is NK's new alias. Really? Now he just doxed a woman. It wasn't even her. That's wrong. I don't care how many levels you tell me or you try to tell me till you're blue in the face.
See, the problem is that because some creators know how much interest there is in the case, and they know that we all have that sort of human, it's within our nature to sort of like believe that there's more to the story than the actual what we're being told. Yeah, do you know, it'd be so much more interesting.
And
so much more interesting if there was
and
something
all
else.
Kinds of things. There's so many fake insiders, and a lot of people don't see it, and they don't even realize how easy it is to have those fake insiders, and they believe everything hook, line, and sinker. And you've got to really open your eyes and pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody's deleting all their videos all the time, if they have to delete their videos all the time, there's usually a really big problem. If you know a creator's been on for like 2 years and yet you can't go back on a lot of videos or there's so many missing. Yeah.
There was one creator that came out with a theory about this red car that was apparently in the driveway.
Oh, yeah.
They were absolutely convinced of this, or, well, I don't know if they were convinced, but they were pretending to be convinced. And that was debunked as thoroughly as anything could be ever debunked. And I just know they had to know that. They had to know they were wrong, but they just kept peddling it.
Yeah, and they're starting all over again, Rabbit, because they're starting all over again. Like the other creator that was part of the one that you were on said, I have all this stuff I've been holding on to for 2 years. 2 years.
Yep.
And I'm going to start bringing it out there. We're going to start talking about
There was someone on the panel.
But you must join my Patreon.
Oh, yeah, look it up.
Yeah.
But there was actually someone on the panel, like I didn't talk to them, they were on before me, but they're actually saying that they believed Chris wasn't involved in any of the murders. It's just insane.
Oh, yeah, there are people, of course. Yeah, his own parents. But, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Can everyone just take a chill pill and get along? If you have something important to say, call in. Caroline Connor. Thank you, Caroline Connor. Yeah, if somebody wants to say something, you're welcome to call in. But it's okay. Don't get so, I'm okay. Everybody's okay. Ageless baby.
Why is somebody calling me a liar?
Who, where?
Sarah Nash. She wants to say, she's been saying nasty stuff like constantly.
I've asked Sarah,
I probably have her
in?
blocked on my channel, I think.
Sarah, you're
Her
welcome
name
to call
looks familiar.
in. Because Sarah, if you just call in, you're welcome to call in. Anybody's welcome to call in that would like to talk civilly and not yell and scream and curse. You're welcome, no matter what opinion you share. Good night, Diana.
Hi, 61.
Hi, Cindy.
The closest thing to that, NK possibly helping to dispose of the bodies. The closest you could get to that is, I believe Chris Watts was halfway through doing what he was wanting to do when he got hauled back by Nicole and the cops. He was definitely intending to do more at the site, I think.
Yeah.
We just don't know what.
Right. Yeah.
And if anyone else, I doubt very much.
Alma, honey, if I blocked you, I would like to talk with you about that, because I did have some people in my ear telling me things, and I wasn't realizing that they were going way above overboard. And they are no longer my mods. So I had to kind of clean house in that respect. So I know that if someone comes at me aggressively, I will just block. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit there and argue with someone. It's like a constant argument, you know, no matter what I say, they're like, nope, you know, so I'm like, oh, okay.
Potter, I believe what Kelly said is that it's going to protect and try to get things redacted before they're brought public. But see, you're talking about the they should have redacted minors' information. And they did redact, like when they got to Nicole's son in his interview, his stuff is redacted. And I believe the babysitter is redacted as well, though somebody could look up because of her parents. They did redact minors' information in that discovery. And I think they do in all discovery, redact the information of the minors, like witnesses and stuff. But as we're seeing with Sophie Long, and we're seeing this right now, these records are public. Someone's getting their hold on them, and this is what I mean. And we're just having people that are going on YouTube and reading this child's medical records off, and they are extremely invasive, and they don't question what could happen. It's just, oh, can I get this out first? Can I get this out first? And why? And then there'll be somebody saying, "Why are you doing this?" Because I can. Because this is what I do. Is what happens, and it's horrendous, and it's just, it's one thing to talk about the case because the father exploited the child and put her out, but you have to use some kind of filter and realize this child has already been exploited so much. All that would need to be said is that it was unfounded. Any type of essay was unfounded. You didn't have to go in what they said she had when she went in there, what she said she felt, because it was ridiculous. And we see that exploitation of these victims.
I don't know enough about that case.
Yeah, that's some case. And that little girl is a victim of abuse, no matter which way you sliced it. But now we know, as we see records, which way it's going. And just now on Friday, there'll be another hearing there. So, but it's just like, that's what I'm saying. It's like the Wild West in YouTube, and people just don't think, they just act. And they can't wait to get something out fast enough before they think of the repercussions.
Exactly. And victims, everybody has a right to privacy. Nobody in here in this chat or on this panel wants anything disclosed of their private matters. What makes it any different for a victim who's been murdered, and then their family and friends? It's not good. And in the UK, I learned that they don't actually get the discovery. Those types of things are
and their
kept
courts
out.
are closed. There's nobody. Yeah, Canada is the same thing.
Because they respect the victims.
That's why we have so many people watching from the UK and Canada, because they say
they're like, what happened?
Yeah, because they can't see this. They can get, some highlights after the fact, but yeah, it's not like it is in the United States.
I think it's good that there's footage though over there of the court cases and the cop cams, because it holds them accountable, right?
Yeah, especially, if you're saying, like, if you can imagine if everything was closed off and then you didn't know. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a fine line. But, yeah, the cop cams and stuff, they're supposed to keep everybody honest, Because
and it's not perfect, though. It's going to take a while for it to get to the standard that you would want. There's obviously still going to be some corruption with the cops, but the overwhelming majority of cops are good cops,
right?
And I hate seeing the hatred that they're getting. It's so unfair. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, there's bad eggs in every walk of life.
Yes.
If ICUs, if they seal the records, won't that prevent? Well, right now with the Long case, I believe because of what's going on, until they have the hearing, they won't even have the docket up there anymore, just because of it's lunacy what's going on there. And this is a little girl's life that's just being thrown out there. Yeah, it's just...
See, Glam Dolly just said here in the UK, our courts put victims' privacy in high in priority. Mm-hmm. And that's all we're asking. Mm-hmm. That's all we're asking for. Is that too hard? Is that too much to ask?
No.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you know that, and I'm not saying this about the Rusaks, I'm just making an example. Do you know that victims' families cannot go to even the doctor because they're afraid that these YouTubers, all these social media people are going to find out that they're going to the doctor and say, oh, they're they're going to the doctor. This is serious. Mm-hmm. That's none of their business why they go to the doctor. They could be going for a bladder infection. That's none of our business. And even this runs into celebrity type things too, if you think about it, because celebrities can't even do stuff like that. These victims' families
and Amber Heard, everything, and that was that was in the UK, that was in London, that they were in court. But everything was disclosed afterward, and then you have all the stuff that happened in the United States, and it's unfortunately when you get to court in this country, there's a lot of stuff that's disclosed, and a lot of trials are televised, and a lot of dirty laundry comes out at trials, and that's why some people avoid trials and take deals because they don't want that laundry coming out, and they want to protect other people that would be called as witnesses and stuff. So everything does come out and stuff like that, and that's just what happens.
Well, I want to make this comment or this clear to everybody, but Shauna just made a comment, and then we're going to go backwards for other people. I want to make it clear that it says, who cannot go to the doctor? You're lost. The thing is that this is really happening, and I'm not going to sit here and put myself up on a platform and lie. I am putting myself and my reputation out on the line here. And I am getting a lot of threats. I've been threatened. They've been slitting my throat. So I'm not getting any benefit from this besides the benefit of helping others. I just want everyone to know that. I was a victim of abuse, and now I'm a survivor. And people swept it under the rug on me and said, no, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Well, I was the one eventually that lifted that rug and said, oh, the hell it didn't. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say that on here.
That's right.
So
good for you.
I'm here now. I put myself in school. I pushed myself and said, I am going to learn to get out of these relationships because I kept picking the same people or type of people. And now that I'm here, that's all I care about. I'm not here to be making money or to try to offend people or to even lie. Because trust me, I'm not getting any benefit from this.
As long as you know that about yourself,
Yeah.
that's what matters.
Yeah. That's exactly like I said before. You don't. If you feel confident in what you're doing, you don't have to explain it to anybody. You don't know anybody anything. But yeah, to say exactly what I was saying about it, it's not. This is what this platform is created for. You know, you never see a newscaster saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed because I'm earning money and I'm reporting the news," or you know, so it's ridiculous that people use that. So that's the only way you feel bad about that is if you're letting these people get to you and you feel you're not comfortable in what you're doing. You know, so hi Zappa.
I'm confident in what I'm doing. I know I'm doing the right thing because I only speak the truth. And you don't have to
explain and make apologies for it. Then just you go ahead and go and do it and be confident, you know, because the more you apologize for it, they're seeing the little kinks and weaknesses and they're going to keep hitting on it then.
Oh, well, I just wanted to make it clear.
Oh, Zappa, you have to you have to mute your YouTube.
I've never done this before.
It's okay. You just have to mute it because it's giving feedback. Okay, Zappa? Can you hear us now? Oh, I think you still have your YouTube on.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to mute that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So how are you doing, Zappa?
Sounds silly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are
you doing?
Hi,
Zappa.
Hello.
Hi.
Why do I still hear feedback?
Yeah, you have to do that.
I think something is still on.
Okay. Okay. So how are you doing, Zappa? Sounds silly. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Hi, Zappa. Hi.
Can you mute that?
I think I'm delayed.
Oh yeah, because I think you have to mute that. You have to mute.
You need to mute.
Okay,
YouTube.
I can hear you. This is so bizarre. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Is this your first time on a panel?
Oh yeah.
Oh okay. Oh,
I
no
feel
problem.
old.
So what's going on tonight?
Oh no.
Oh no, I promised I would call in a long time ago, and I wanted to be good for my word, but it seems it's getting late, and I don't know if you have enough time.
Sure. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I'm trying to catch up with everything that's going on. I'm a caregiver, so my motive of I wouldn't say this is entertainment, talking about such hardships with people, but this is what I have. So I followed you since the beginning of, by accident, by the beginning of the I won't mention his name, but Shanann
story, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing that I found shocking was that you actually were being threatened even then. And the thing that caught my attention was that you were very scared and had to get a protective piece next to you. So that kind of broke my heart and got me introduced to that, and to this world of lives. So
yeah.
Yeah, YouTube's a crazy place.
I'm learning. I'm seeing that.
Did you see the documentary?
No, I have not. No, my mother's not doing well, so I missed it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Prayers for her.
It's all right.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's
I hope she gets better.
Thank you. It's palliative. It's not reversible. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Oh, so sorry.
Thank you. Very, very, very difficult. I don't know how much information to give because this, like you said, once it goes out forever.
Right.
But I can relate on a severe level of what's going on. And I guess early on I got kind of triggered. I didn't want to call in because I got kind of frazzled. I had a little bit of a linear thing that I was going to talk about, but now I'm a bit frazzled. It seemed like there was a bit going on in the middle of the chat. So I'm also fairly new at the infrastructure of a chat and what goes on in the chat. So
yeah.
Was there something in particular that triggered you, Zappa?
Great question.
Yeah, there was. Yes, there was definitely something that triggered me. It was it became chaotic very quick. You know, the frenzy became very quick.
And do you mean in the chat box?
Yes.
Right.
Well,
okay.
I mean, just what I was reading. Yeah. I mean, I try to keep myself very zen and I have to keep myself very grounded because my mother needs that. So sometimes I have to take these in little bits because it can be triggering, even if it's just a conversation.
Yeah.
So
emotions can run high because people can relate to things in their own life.
And just little things can be triggering. It could be insignificant to somebody. It could be a word. It could be a phrase.
Absolutely.
It could be, So I have to be vigilant because my mother, like I said, that this is the first and foremost. But, you know, I have an interest in this because I can relate on a significant scale. And
as a wife
it's
or
almost
as a family member? Or
both.
Both?
Both. Yeah, this was a while ago and it still hasn't, you know, it's an everyday, it's almost, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't know why, but it's just like AA, you know, a day at a time. So, I don't,
were you married to someone like, Chris?
No. I was never married, oddly. I, have had a wonderful relationships, but I've lived all over the world. I worked in the private yachting industry, and then duty called, and I came to take care of my grandmother. Then my brother died suddenly. He was in the Marines, and then my mother suddenly, and then suddenly my mother. We thought it was grief. That I might be giving too much information, but we thought it was grief, but it wasn't. She needs a new liver, and of course somebody at that age won't get one, and I'm my heart, you know.
Can they do anything like a partial liver, like a living donor?
I'm trying to be that. I'm trying to do that. We have the same blood type. I don't know with this. I'm on the border of Massachusetts, and we're still kind of confused about what we're doing up here.
Yeah.
So everything kind of shut down when we finally. She lived in the Midwest. I don't really want to say for you know,
sure,
just for privacy.
Yeah.
But she lived in the Midwest, and I got a very strange feeling, and I drove her up here at the end of November on a hunch that something was not right, and I wanted to get her decent care through Dartmouth, and we got here, and within a week there was the lockdown, and everything shut down. So. Anyhow, these conversations are interesting to me because I'm not only hearing conversations about other situations and other brutal situations at that, but it's also helping me register where I've come, and I have at times become actively involved in helping with a facility in New York
for victims.
For victims, for children actually that were traumatized. And my father was a musician, so the program takes music into these programs and diverts them redirects them
Nice.
into something where they can have some kind of stimulation other than trauma.
Sure, yeah.
That's worked on with the counselors, but we took in musical instruments and let them learn an instrument. And at the end of 4 months, the grant was for 4 months a year. So at the end of that 4 months, they put on a program and you saw them blossom. You also got to see them take out their frustrations on percussion, and it was a beautiful
That is
experience.
amazing.
Yeah, because music
I
is
have
so healing and
goosebumps.
stuff. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Music can be very therapeutic.
Yeah, definitely.
You
Yeah.
are amazing. Wonderful human being you are.
I don't know about that. I've had my moments, I'll tell you. Caregiving
stop. We're imperfect. That's why. We're imperfect.
Yeah. So it's just gotten down to my mother. I've lost everybody in my family, and my best friend just passed away. So I'm
so
Oh my
sorry.
God.
I'm not looking for sympathy. No. I'm not a victim. I'm not looking for sympathy. It's just that
that's
my
crazy.
resources have dwindled. So I do look at these lives, and they're interesting. They're insightful. Sometimes they're enlightening to my own triggers. But I promised I would call in. I had a very linear thing that I was going to talk about, and my apologies. It's just turned into, I really don't know what direction I'm going in. I'm just introducing myself.
No, I'm glad you did.
And saying
call
hello.
in, and I hope that you call
Yes.
in more often. I really do hope more people call in from the chat.
This is another
especially,
warrior. We are talking to another warrior. I'm so
definitely.
proud of you.
Definitely.
And it's great as well that you've taken some pain you've suffered yourself, but you're transferring it into helping other people, right?
Yeah.
I'm doing my best. Yeah.
Silver lining there, you know.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
definitely. I think helping others really helps yourself more than you know.
It heals your soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really know what to say. I'm not calling for sympathy or anything. I'm just saying I'm calling because I said I would, and like I said, I should have written down what I wanted to say before, but
It's all right. No, I'm just glad you called in. And, really, I do.
and I've never used Zoom.
Yeah, did you had it downloaded and then?
Yeah, that was a bit of a lesson.
Yeah.
But yeah, the coordination factor is something I'll have to get used to.
Okay. Well, now that you know, you can call in and discuss things, because it's great when we get people that have been in the chat and then they finally start calling in, and you get to hear their voice and starting to see them, and it just
She has a wonderful voice.
makes
It's
everybody
very
in the community come together, because our community is so strong, and it's just when then you get the more personal side when people come on panel, it's great.
Yeah, I think I think it's a bit of learning the infrastructure of lives and sharing at a time. Sharing at a time when I'm getting to know the chat, I'm getting to know Zoom, I'm getting to know the format, the public format, because what happened with me was I was raised by a Marine. My stepfather was a police officer. My mother worked for the police department. They retired there, and so it was a very strange thing that occurred. But it was a kidnapping, and the other, and my friend that was with me that was kidnapped as well was never seen before. So that's about the sum total of what I feel comfortable talking about right now, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I can relate to these, not on the level, everybody's different. Everybody's trauma is different. Everybody's, I understand that. It's just that I don't know I don't know if I'm saying that properly.
No, everybody processes it differently.
You're saying
and there's no
everything
right
perfect.
way. My grief counselor told me right in the beginning, she said, don't ever
Yeah.
let anyone make you feel, that you're not grieving properly. Like if you, because I said I screamed one day, whatever you do, you're not accountable to anyone for your grief. Never.
Absolutely.
Anything you do with your grief is the right thing because it's for you. Nobody grieves the same way. Don't let anybody judge you on it or tell you, oh, no, that's not the right way to grieve. Because, like, you know, if you feel like doing crafts, whatever, and it helps you to be with your community, don't let any of these people come in. So same thing with you. However it is that you're working through this, that's your own way, and you don't have to be accountable to anyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm laughing nervously and probably sweating. I don't know if it's the change or if I'm sweating because I'm nervous, but
You're wonderful. You're doing fantastic.
It's fine.
yeah, it's a bit.
Thank you for sharing your story because
Yeah.
it helps. Just even if it helps one person, that's all that matters.
I'm definitely not. I definitely hit the ground running because I did have support, and with my parents being in the police department, there were things that were just being put in place for victims that didn't have to be displayed. When that whole infrastructure stopped of displaying the women that were going in, or the victims, period, men or women that were going in, and they were giving them more privacy and more of a humane format to go in and be,
respected.
So it was a long time respected, and it's a very unique situation to go in. You don't want to be. You definitely don't. Well, at least I didn't. I didn't want anybody coming near me for a long time. So, but a long time has gone by, and there's been a lot of change and to the things that have happened. And I think I had a relapse, emotional relapse when my father died suddenly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm learning. And now I'm taking care of my mom.
Painful.
Yeah, and every day waking up not knowing if I'm going to lose her is a bit difficult. So I'm trying to adjust, and I'm watching these and trying to, as I say, do this with a stiff upper lip and with a little bit of dignity and respect to myself too.
You're in our Zoom, our Slack. We have a grief group in there, and we have other groups in there. If you want, now that I have your email, if you want me to add you, just let me know.
Sure.
Okay. Because
I don't know.
It's a more intimate place to talk. There's small groups of people, and it's more intimate and more private, and maybe you feel comfortable there, and then
That sounds lovely.
Yeah.
And then also here too, but I'm saying, like, in between, a lot of people find a lot of support there, like, daily.
You're interacting with others who know exactly what you're going through.
That's
yeah.
great.
And like I said, I don't want to play the victim.
Part of being a survivor, though, is part of you have to go through the process.
This happened in 90. If I haven't gone through that, I guess it's an everyday process, and you can get triggered and go back to square one. So, but
there's no time limit. Remember that.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And it's absolutely natural to get triggered now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've realized that, and I think I'm doing that. I maybe just talking about it right now on a public format's a bit strange.
Well, I'll tell you, it gets easier each time you call in.
Yep.
Or you go on a panel.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to get it done first of all, and then the next time it'll get a little bit easier, and then a little bit easier the next time.
Exactly. Pretty soon you'll be a pro. You'll be jumping on the panel all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I definitely I definitely want to put some input on being supportive.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel a bit nervous. I apologize.
No problem.
I wanted to be a bit more linear.
No,
you're doing wonderful.
It's fine. We ramble here, remember? So
ramble. That's
It's the rambling's blog.
Perfect word for me right now.
Yeah.
When I start to stutter, it's not a good sign.
You're doing fantastic. I have to get going and get some sleep because I do have to work tomorrow. But I had so much fun, and I just love you guys. You guys are fantastic souls.
Good to meet you,
Thank
Kelly.
Nice to meet
Good
you.
to meet you.
And good luck with
Likewise.
what you're doing.
All right.
Well, we'll keep going. We're going to keep in touch, right, guys?
Yeah.
We'll make sure
Sounds good.
that we work together.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care, and take care, Zappa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
So,
I'm-
Zappa, are you in on the East Coast right now?
Yes. I'm on the border of Massachusetts,
Okay.
like right on the border. So,
And do you follow a lot of true crime?
well, I mean, by proxy of my parents.
Yeah.
There wasn't really and just because of what happened at such an early age,
Yeah.
I try not to delve in it too much because, like I said on a chat maybe 2 days ago, it was almost too much. I had a heart attack. 3 years ago,
God.
April 9th, and I'm not that old. I'm not going to give my age away.
Right.
Not that. I'm 28 and holding.
29.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But I did have a stress can bring on anything, so
Sure.
I have to take it little bits. And the other day it was just, I don't know how you do it, Caroline. It takes a special kind of person to keep up to date with all of this and keep on top of it and keep it active and keep the conversation going. So I applaud you, but I had to take. I don't know if there were people that were very kind in the live and asking if I was okay, and I had to step. I had to take a moment, and because it was just too much, and it had nothing to do with you.
No. Some people do. I mean, there's certain cases that they may be triggering, and people do step back, take a break, come back. It depends on what's going on, but yeah, definitely could be.
Especially when you've got your own experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and my mom right now that's such a sacred time. Also, and she needs that strength. So I'm having to apply priorities. I'm double duty on prioritizing. I have to have me time, and I have to, with everything that's going on, they don't even have people that are coming in home, helping right now. So it's
hard on caretakers.
Yeah, I'm doing this alone, and that's okay. I'm taking it with stride, but it's not easy. It's very hard.
No.
Especially when it's personal. So
maybe
I have
there's is there? I know, like pre-pandemic, there's like support groups for caregivers, but maybe there's like some online, at least even message boards or chat rooms for people that are caring for. Have you found any of those?
I have an advocate that I had pre-pandemic, and they'll call in, but I don't know if they're so inundated with an overlap of. This has caused a lot of where I am. This has caused, you can tell, a lot of mental health issues that have just escalated. So I do have someone that checks in, but it's become far and few between. But I do, I do make a point to reach out and have support. I do it in very, unique ways. I have friends all over the world that I'll call and just touch base with and have a complete benign conversation with. I listen to music. I can only now listen to my father's music, so that's helpful. My mother's birthday was just recent, so I braved it and went out and filled every single room with, I think probably 20 arrangements of flowers.
Nice.
So I'm doing everything that I can just to bring a little sprinkle of goodness in a situation that seems bleak. But, any little bit of positivity. I have my days when I scream in the pillow. I did tonight.
I mean, and that's, it is hard. It's a really hard thing. That's what I'm saying. There are, hopefully groups or maybe something just to find somebody, and maybe even in here, like maybe even in Slack, you'll find someone, because I know like Lisa H, she's caring for her mother, and she's doing it alone too, and so there are other people.
I've seen her. She's a moderator, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said that I could reach out to her too?
Yeah, like in Slack. That's what I'm saying. So if you want me to put you in Slack, I mean, we can talk about it in an email, and you could let me know, and then I can get you in there, and maybe you can connect with some people that, there's a lot of caring people in the community. It's a great community.
Okay. If you could send me kind of a directions to that, if I need any directions
like I
to
give
do
you
that.
it'll come in an invite if I add you,
Okay.
and then it'll give you your instructions, and I'll let you
Okay.
get in. So yeah.
Whew, okay.
Yeah, so that'll be a good place to connect, because there's a lot of like really caring people in there. But because everybody needs support, especially when you're alone, doing it. Yeah, it can feel really isolating, and
it is,
yeah.
and it's hard for her as well, because they still have the mentality of keeping them isolated, and even going out for a walk is, I'm not trying to say this in a mean way, but is still treated like a guilt trip, that she can't even go outside. So,
oh, really? Yeah, where you are, you're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this whole pandemic is making everything
confusing.
a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very confusing, very inconsistent, and it's very, very difficult. But I'm not gambling with her, but I'm coming up with different ways of trying to get, like in about an hour, I'll try to get her up and just have her go outside and, smell the air and anything. So it's, yeah.
Are you able to take a drive with her at all, or?
I've tried that. She has to be very close to. Well, I've tried. Yes, I've taken her for drives. We went up on my birthday. We went up to the mountains, the White Mountains, and she loved that. It was very exhausting for her.
Right.
But the liver can do some funny things to you, but to your energy levels. So we did that, and that was a test run. But for right now, it's just getting her outside and little by little trying to get her.
How old is your mom? Is she?
She's young. She's 73. She just turned 73 the 20th. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's young.
Yeah.
Like, she'll always see me as young, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
It's young these days.
She's a very
definitely.
young mother.
It's young these days.
Yeah, very young. So I'm not letting her give up.
Right.
I'll put it that way.
As long as there's life, there's hope. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, well, I think I'm going to go and get prepared I appreciate the conversation, and thank you for the instructions of letting me call in and the patience.
No problem. And I'll get back
it.
to you on the Zoom. It'll probably be tomorrow, but I will do it.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. I'm glad to
And you have a
Thanks,
beautiful night.
Zappa.
Thank you.
All
Thank
the best,
you.
okay?
Yeah.
Likewise. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you all on the panel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So, it's already that late, huh? Scooter and stuff. What is going on? Did we get everybody that had anything to get off their chest or wanted to talk about tonight? I want to, let me see. I think so. I don't have any more emails from anybody. And the numbers, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I spoke too soon. Hold on. Let's see here. Who is this now? Dal, I'm just going to use that. Could you tell me can you just reply to me what your name is in the chat? I'm sorry, but I don't recognize it, and I just want to make sure, please. Code in many colors, I've missed you too. Absolutely, I'm interested. You want to explain it by email? Is that what you're saying, or you wanted to call in? I don't. Sure, of course, I am interested in what's going on. Absolutely. I've asked your sister-in-law about you. Okay, so Dal, who sent me an email, just let me know who you are in the chat here, because I don't see that name in chat unless I'm missing it. I'm looking at the chat, so if you're Dal, please let me know.
Colin Dahl.
Let's see. Scooter, did you see anybody with that type of name or said that they were emailing? Scout and Crier. Thank you, Scout. Carol, listen to helping in your caring voice. Bless you. Thank you, Scout. I'm here all the time. Cheetah on a gazelle. Your Dal, is that what you're saying? Or are you just saying? Or are you just coming in and saying I'm here all the time? Just Dal, come.
Oh, it is Dahl. Cheetah.
Okay. Okay, Dal, because I don't know your name, we don't know it in the chat, and I don't know your email, would you please just attach a piece of social media so that I know you are a real person? I'm sorry, but we've had like really bad things happen. So.
Can I just say to Ariel Mama, hello. I took a YouTube break as well, Ariel Mama, so I'm doing well. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, Dal, just let me know. I just have to be careful because we've had people come in and expose themselves.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They didn't have much to expose, but they tried it anyway. It's crazy. So let's see. That name is from totally. What? Which name, Jade?
What do you want exactly?
Oh, like your social media, a link to your Facebook page, your Instagram, your Twitter, something where I can see you're a real person.
A receipt. Your social security and a credit card.
Let me just check something here. Okay, yeah, that's what. Thanks, Liza.
Yeah, your blood type, fingerprint, just the usual things. Some DNA.
Right. So how is it in Scotland with the pandemic? What are your...
It seems pretty much the same as it is over there.
Yeah.
It seems to be coming back. I think there's going to be another spike, which is so frustrating.
I know, right? That's what it seems like. They just closed a school like a few towns away today because there was a case, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And meanwhile, like the school next to me, they went back because it's such a tiny school. Like the class size is 8 kids. So they allowed like the kids to come back just like regular, but they're going to keep them, separated. And meanwhile, another few towns over, the schools had to close. And now they're talking about New York City schools closing maybe next week because of if they go any higher, then they're like at 3% or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. I don't know. Let's see. And I know. talked to a good friend in London, and she's like, yeah, the numbers are going up there too. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Crazy.
I mean, it's still, even after all this time, it's still hard to comprehend what's actually happening.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I know, right?
And yeah, I mean, because no one has any reference for this, you know, because there's never been anything remotely similar before.
No, like with our businesses closed and, you know, stores closing so early and just...
And there's a lot of smart people that have been saying that even once it's over, it's like society's never quite going to go back to the way it was before.
No, I don't think it ever will, because I think there'll be so many people that...
Yeah, I mean, just even culturally, it's going to take a long time for it to go back to normal. And of course, businesses are going to change, just the way businesses tend to be run, the type of businesses that are going to survive all this. I mean, the repercussions are crazy to think about. Spanish flu, yeah. Cheetah says she sent an email.
Yeah, but Del, I need a URL, because that could be anyone. I need a URL, something to link to your email, because when I'm putting your email, I'm not getting anything. Sorry, but I mean, because you're brand new tonight, you want to call in now. I don't even know what you want to call in on, and nobody knows you. Like, has anybody in the chat ever seen Cheetah on a Gazelle and any other, even if you can get somebody to vouch for you, but I don't see that happening. And you just gave me a name to look up on Facebook. And there's many people with, when I put that in. So that's kind of strange.
I think Alma wants some drama.
Is she going to key someone's car? Should be fun. You don't know anyone in here? How did you end up here, Cheetah? What do you want to call in about? What did you want to talk about? You sent me a name, but I need a URL. And I'm trying to check for your channel here. Can you send me the URL to your YouTube channel and your Facebook profile?
Alma is drama.
I
think Alma should call in.
Yeah, Alma, know that you know what they can do. You've seen that. Well, you know. We didn't really see anything, but still.
You've seen what they can do.
Right. Or they just start coming out and they start racial slurs, like just crazy. I mean, it's been nuts. You're from
Diane's.
Jade, what do you know about them? I mean, what do you know about them? Have you ever seen them on panel anywhere, or what's up? What do you want to talk about, Cheetah on a Gazelle?
Pitbull thinks we're going to be on a national lockdown again. That's not good. I believe you, Alma. The Watts case.
No, Linda, Rabbit doesn't know. You don't know Cheetah on a Gazelle, do you?
No.
No. Linda, no. So yeah, Cheetah on a Gazelle, if you could send that, the URL of your YouTube channel and your Facebook.
Australia has locked out the whole world. Have you had anyone call in with any of the conspiracy theories regarding the pandemic? No.
Oh, probably because we don't entertain them. We really don't talk too much about it. But yeah, no. Thankfully. Remember though? Maybe you don't. Do you remember those clowns that came out the last election? There were these clowns showing up at school bus stops, and people were putting pictures all over Facebook with these clowns in the background, and everybody was getting really scared of the clowns.
Was that just over there? Was it?
I think so. Yeah, and it was in the South a lot, like in Georgia, and it was getting. And I think that the Stephen King's It was out at the time.
That's what came into my head when you said that. Yeah,
and it was really freaky because these clowns,
what was the point of it?
Well, we don't know, and they disappeared right after the election. Like they came like a few months before, and they were there, and parents were getting really scared. And there were all like these pictures where people were taking pictures of kids at the bus stop, and there was this really weird clown in the background.
What the hell?
And it was going all over Facebook, and nobody knew what the heck was happening. Who remembers that in the chat?
The killer clowns.
You remember that, Carolina? Yeah. And in Texas too, Shauna? Yeah. I didn't think it was to do with the election. Yeah, well, it stopped right after that, Potter. I don't know what it was. It was crazy.
So do you think... well, you probably don't do politics, do you?
No. Hi, Lisa D. No, we stay away from politics.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Sensible.
You remember that too, Pam W? Yeah, Miss Mick Jagger, hi. You do too, Coat of Many Colors? Yeah, it was scary. And every day, like there was like another one. It happened at your daughter's school 3 to 4 years ago. Yeah, Cassie's Journey. Did they ever find out what, did anybody ever hear what it was ever for? It was suspected that it was for the Purge movie or something. The Murder Clowns.
Well, do you know how you get these channels that make views by doing all these public pranks? Like crazy pranks in public.
Like the ones at Walmart? Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. It might have started off like that, you know? People just get a kick out of seeing crazy stuff happening in public, you know?
Yeah, but now it's so crazy. Like now, today, you've got to watch everything you say because you don't know if somebody's going to go. I mean, people are just going crazy for like no reason now with everything that's happening. And I mean, people are getting killed. People are the people at Burger King. Some lady said like, her order was late, came back with this guy. They killed the employee at Burger King. I mean, it's just people are just nuts.
People are losing their minds.
They are really.
And I think the whole lockdown thing is exacerbating it all.
Yeah, but I think like probably now we're probably at this point getting out more than we can. Like the stores are extending their hours. Like Walmart used to close at 8, now it's 10. But I think that can easily go right back the other way.
Yeah.
Because if things take a turn for the worse again, and I mean, I don't know.
It seems to be happening here. That's the vibe over here. That it's going to go back that way. I think the powers and be are just so reticent to do it, right?
Yeah.
But all the numbers that are coming through, I think they're just going to have no choice.
See, I think if that happens again, then it's like I think it'll really hit even harder than the first time. Because especially like I'm saying over here, like we've kind of gotten, okay, I'll wear my mask, I'll do this, I'll follow this stuff. That's the way it is. And you're trying to do all the right things. But then if it goes back again, I think people are going to get so scared that we're never going to be able to get out of this. You know what I mean?
I know. It would just be like a vicious cycle.
Yeah. And I think right around then you have the holidays coming up and everybody's trying to deal with that already, that they're not going to be able to probably do whatever they did. And it's just, and then if you put them on like a lockdown, I think, it's going to be bad. And
can you imagine if it went on for another year or two?
That's what I mean. And even about like routine testing and, like there's canceling medical procedures, and think about like the ramifications of that and how many things will be missed because that's why I was like so glad I got in from my colonoscopy, because I was so afraid that they were going to stop elective, procedures like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just really glad about that. But I don't know. It's just scary.
It is, yeah.
And even I know that like in the London, they were talking about like halting like chemotherapy and radiation treatments, some people, and losing people for the greater good. There were letters that went out, and that was like horrendous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Like, we're sorry, we're just going to suspend that because it's just horrible.
Yeah, there was stories over here about, the elderly just basically being written off that were in all these protective homes,
Yeah.
That needed to get help, but they were just essentially getting written off,
Mm-hmm.
Not officially, but in reality.
Right. Yep. No, I know. They talked about stuff like that here too, like who would get when they were out of respirators before they made more, which ones would get priority, and if it was between this one and that one, it's scary stuff. But yeah, flu season, that's why, I always get my flu shot. I just do, because when I don't, I get like so sick. But I made sure we all got our flu shots early, and let's get them. And
that's all you can do, right?
yeah, because otherwise then you don't know if your kid comes down with, you're like, oh my gosh. And have you ever had the test for it? Because
I've not, but my brother did, and my sister-in-law did.
It's not fun.
Really?
Yeah, they had to do it because like anytime you go into the hospital for a procedure, you have to have it done. And so my husband told me that, they're just going to do the swab of, the back of your throat or something. But no, I got that like brush up to my brain.
Oh my God.
That way, oh gosh, it was so bad. But it wasn't that bad. But it was just like, I wasn't expecting that. And I didn't know how long they spent up there. It was like, and then they're like, oh, it's not that bad. I'm like, okay. And then you're in your car, which is really weird too,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is like so weird.
So surreal.
Yeah, and it's a doctor, because you have to go to like the urgent care, and then the doctor comes out and he's examining you through your freaking car window. You know what I mean? It's so bizarre. Yeah. It's absolutely bizarre. Yeah, it's just
that's hilarious.
It's a different world. Like nobody would believe it. Like, and sometimes if you just like you're sitting in a store and you look around and everybody has masks on, right? And you're
No,
like, how? You wouldn't believe it if you just woke up from, and just, what is going on
Can you
here?
imagine you went into a coma about 2 years ago now and you just woke up now.
Yeah.
You walk out the door and it's, what
And-
is going on?
And think about like the little kids, the little babies being born, or the one who are going to think that's like normal.
That's right. That's right.
Right? Mom with the mask, dad with the mask, and maybe, everybody with a mask on.
I felt so sorry for my little nephew who's, he was only about 18 months old at the time. And all of a sudden, it got to the stage where we were allowed to, go and visit in small groups. And he's just standing there wondering why we can't go up and cuddle him,
Yeah,
He must be, he just sees us there with these masks on, wondering why we're not going up to him.
Right, yeah.
You can't explain to an 18-month-old,
Yeah.
there's this pandemic going on, so, we can't get too close.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. It's just
It's like,
world.
Uncle doesn't love me anymore.
Yeah. Everybody's like, elbow bumps and things like that, and keep your distance. And
Yeah, I could never get into the elbow.
yeah, no, my doctor did it after my procedure.
Yeah, I just couldn't take it serious.
Yeah. I rather just not do anything. Just, okay, hey, how you doing? It's just fine. But I think, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's 5:20. I don't know. What time is it there for you? Is it 10?
It's morning, yeah.
Yeah. Are you like the same as London, or you later?
Yeah. Same as
Oh,
London. GMT.
okay. Oh, okay.
GMT.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, you have a good day. We're going to have a good night. But thank you, guys. Thanks for coming on, Rabbit. Thank you, Zappa.
No worries.
Thank you to Kelly. Thank you to all the moderators. Thanks to everybody in the chat. And I will see you guys tomorrow. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. I love you guys. Take care. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Carly.
Bye.